morning. Commissioner Griffin's going to give our invocation.
Would you pray with me? Dear God, we thank you so much for allowing us to gather today and in your communities. We thank you for the community that you've blessed us with, and we thank you for the people in it. It is unlike any that we've seen, that I've seen before, and I think most of it is due to your blessings. Be with us as we discuss business that affects our community today, and that as we discuss those things and as we make comments, help us to make them in a loving and understanding spirit. Be with us as we continue this day. For I pray this in his name, amen.
Welcome to Planning and Zoning Commission for July 28, 2019. We call this meeting to order. I would like to say we have a large crowd. I don't think you're all here to see us. So I'm assuming there's going to be a multitude of opinions today. I'll ask that each one of you express those opinions with decorum and respect. We appreciate that. We have approval of minutes.
Hey, let me, go ahead.
I have a correction to the minutes.
There,
I believe all the votes ought to be 8-0 instead of 8-8. I think we made that correction already.
there's corrected minutes at your chairs, and those, yeah, they were somewhere at everyone's seat. There were corrected minutes. We saw that or got a comment on that.
I should have brought that to your attention that we had.
There's another item on the last page. There was a correction noted too on the last page of those draft minutes. Prior to adjourning, we recognized our outgoing chairperson and presented him with a plaque, and I think that sentence was left off the minutes, so that should be in there too. You guys might want to look that over on the last page, make sure that's satisfactory to you. And those are the corrected minutes to be approved if you see fit.
I make the motion to approve. Commissioner Boyd's made a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Second motion, all in favor? Unanimous. Financial report.
Yep. So typically I'd run over to the podium and do this, but I'll do this from here to make it easier, and I'll present my cases from there. But finance report is in your packet. I really don't have a comment to make, except that that's the June 2021 finance report, which obviously ends our fiscal year June 30th. So it's a good indication to see where we landed for the end of the fiscal year. And you might note on the very right of the revenues, we came in at 103% of our projected revenues. And if you look at the expenditure side on page 2, we came in right at exactly 100% of our expected revenues. So it looks like we're right on target with the budget, but we'll point out one number under your June 20 to June 21 revenues. It says 174,000 and some change. We actually projected that to be a tad bit higher. There was one fee that we thought would come in June, and we projected it. We actually got it the second week of July. So because of that, our revenues still are higher than anticipated, but our carryover that we put in the FY22 budget is probably going to come in $4,000 shorter because that revenues came in this fiscal year. We'll make that adjustment when we do a budget amendment sometime later in the year for the carryover. But I'm glad to answer any questions on the finance report that you guys might have at your seat.
We need a motion.
I'll make a motion, we accept, approve.
Have a motion? Second. And a second, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Construction sureties.
The construction sureties chart is in your packet like every month as a courtesy report that shows our existing letters of credit and our cash bonds. As you know, we've pretty much cycled out all the cash bonds. We've completed all those projects. All that's left in the cash bond surety escrow is basically a check that we're still waiting to be cashed for $91.88. And then the interest money that we had accrued over the years is still sitting in that fund. However, we did get a new letter of credit submitted this month, and that's on your agenda. It's and we need action on this. It's the Boyle County Industrial Foundation And the action would be to accept the letter of credit in the amount of $523,000 for street and sewer extension from the construction bond estimate and authorize the chairman to sign the developer construction contract. So again, we got a new letter of credit that's going to build a new street off Corporate Drive to the northwest that will tie in with the industrial Rick House development that we know as IJW.
So we need a motion.
I'll move to accept it as is.
Got a motion?
I'll accept it.
Second. Second, all in favor? Okay. So make a note to the record, that Commissioner Griffin recused himself.
Steve abstained. Steve abstained. He was on the Industrial Foundation.
So all in favor?
All right.
Unanimous, with one recusal.
Ann was here. You want to let her slide down?
Subdivision approvals. Lisa, would you like to,
You ready?
can we hit the
Yeah.
first 5 of those, please?
Yes, sir.
Here you go.
Is it on?
It's on. You're good.
The first plat we have is for Fowler Dunn Developers and Thomas and Doris McGurr. They've applied for an approval of a subdivision on tracts of land containing 24.410 acres. It's located at 3488 Old Houstonville Road, Danville, Kentucky. Property is zoned ag. The plat has received preliminary approvals, ready for final approval. No corrections to be made. Second, we have Jane Thompson has applied for an approval of a subdivision on tracts of land containing 4.947 acres located at 0 Farside Court, Danville. The property is zoned single-family residential. She is simply redistributing acreage between her existing parcels. It has preliminary approval and is ready for final approval with no corrections. Next, we have Donald and Shirley Westerfield have applied for an approval of a subdivision on tracts of land containing 11.099 acres. It's located at 0 Kentucky Highway 37, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Property is zoned ag. The creation of this tract leaves about 95 acres in the parent tract. Suggestions were made to note the parent tract remainder and the gravel switch location on the plat. The plat's received preliminary approval and is ready for final. Next, we have Laddie and Doris Garrison. They've applied for an approval of a subdivision on tracts of land containing 11.874 acres. It's located at 0 US 68, Perryville, Kentucky. The property is zoned ag. The creation of this tract leaves about, let's see, I make sure I have that right. How much does that leave on the parent tract?
Approximately,
Does it say?
no, it was one of our notes.
Okay. The suggestion was made that we need to know how much is left in the parent tract. And the plat's received preliminary approval and it's ready for final. Lastly, we have Stephen and Jessica Elliott and JGE Properties LLC. They have applied for the approval of a subdivision on tracts of land containing 4.218 acres located at 313 Boffman Lane, Danville, Kentucky. The property is zoned R1C. It is I guess, should we mention the,
I'll jump
the
in
zone
here.
change
You're
and the-
okay? You all right if I jump in here?
go ahead.
Okay. So this plat should look familiar to some of you. There's some new members on there. This was a zone change we did, I think, in January of '20 for a gentleman named Wesley Carter off Boffman Drive. And we zoned that tract to R1C, which is small lot, single family. The whole concept was to do condominium lots on this development. This is the preliminary plat that's come in, that actually is a condominium plat. It's a little messy. The reason why you're only seeing half the plat is we had an out-of-town, I think, surveyor, engineer, and they didn't get us a clean 11 by 17 to scan, so we just got the full size of the plat that we can pass around to your seats if you want to. This is actually a condominium plat, and I've got my pointer up here. So this is actually not a city street. That'll be a private travel way that's shared by the homeowners association. There's 26 lots shown here. The common space is shown in blue. There's two sets of common space. So the common space is the road and the drainage areas. That's one of our notes. That will technically be lot 27. And then there's some other common spaces here that are going to be kind of recreation area, passive area. There's a hammerhead down here and more passive area. That'll also be a common open space lot to be maintained and owned by the HOA. All those notes related to the long-term maintenance of the homeowner association are on the plat. But this plat looks a little strange because, again, it's a condominium plat. It's trying to incorporate in the buffers and some of the conditions that were part of the zone change request. If you remember, there were several conditions on buffering. There was also discussion with the city of Danville about not connecting to Franklin Avenue. At one point, there was some discussion this would connect to Boffman and Franklin. The city indicated they wanted no connection to Franklin, so the developer has created this as a hammerhead, a turnaround. And again, that's a private drive that'll feel and look like a street and have curb, but it'll actually be a private street to be maintained by the HOA. That property's been sold since Mr. Carter's passing to another developer, and I believe he's in the room, I think. Maybe he's not, or a surveyor, I'm not sure. There's a lot of people downstairs too, but this is the preliminary plat that puts the condo plat forward, and it meets all our requirements, except getting some of the signatures on for the maintenance notes. And again, it was part of a zone change we did in 2020 and a future land use map amendment prior to that, and now this is the plat coming to fruition before the construction can start on the individual home. And the condo lots are depicted there and show the lots, and then each house will sit on the condo lot, and a portion of the driveway or apron may be in the common open space of the street, but again, it'll be a typical condominium plat. And the address is 313 Boffman, and all the addressing will be suites or units that go back there. So that's the first 5 plats, and again, didn't get a lot of questions, but if you have questions on any of the first 5, we'll try to answer them, and I believe most of the surveyors and engineers are in the room. If you guys have any questions for the first 5 plats?
Any board members have any questions? Okay,
Well, I'll make a motion, we approve the first 5 plats.
we have a motion to approve the first 5 plats in a second. All in favor? Unanimous.
You ready for number 6? You want me to do it?
Steve, would you like to take the next ones individually, or?
I think we need to take this one individually, because I believe there's some folks here that are here about this particular plat, and Lisa's got this ready to go, but I'll do it real quick so that we can hear from the public. This is a 55-acre tract being proposed on Waterworks Drive. You can see it right there. There's Waterworks, and the road meanders, and like a lot of plats, we don't see this like a site plan, but there's clearly, you guys know where Waterworks is. There's a location map up here at the top. This is the Martin Farm, and their property's down here, and their house is here. They are simply taking 16 acres and some change and adding it to their part of the farm to make a 55-acre tract that currently is for sale or under contract, I believe. And it's zoned ag. It's 55 acres, and at this point, it shows its frontage is on Waterworks in this general location. There's a 50-foot kind of neck and a setback line back in here. It's hard to see the setback line, but this is zoned ag. So it'd be one parcel that would potentially be sold, which could have one house on it, or potentially a house and a mother-in-law suite, for example. You could have a garage apartment or accessory apartment that goes in the ag district, as you know, but it's being configured and sold as one 55-acre tract. I believe there's several neighbors here that maybe have some concerns or comments, but this plat is technically correct, meets all our requirements in the subdivision regs as a preliminary, and was given preliminary approval, and is ready for final approval and to be recorded if the board sees fit. But again, I believe there's some neighbors here that live on Waterworks or maybe in the surrounding area that had some concerns about the plat, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. Yeah,
If
you
you
guys gotta go to
please
the mic.
come to the podium and give your name and address, please.
It's Dana Hammonds. I live at 2655 Waterworks Road. We were told that it said subdivision. Obviously, that caused a lot of red flags with a lot of our neighbors. So we kind of got a cumulative effort, got 81 signatures on a petition. Our main concern is the safety. The access road that is in the plat is in a blind curve. The infrastructure doesn't support that. The speed limit was just recently lowered because it is such a treacherous road. So we had safety concerns about this. So that's why our neighbors are here and we have signatures, so.
And I'll just add in, again, we talked briefly before the meeting.
did.
We didn't get to talk before, but I talked to a couple neighbors. This is one 55-acre tract, and I think the what-ifs are what's causing the neighborhood some angst. You know, it shows a 50-foot neck there, which potentially could be the width of a right-of-way in the future. There's speculation in the neighborhood that this could be, homes could be built to some configuration, but as the plat is being presented, potentially approved and recorded, it's going to be one 55-acre tract that will allow one home on it. If it was ever going to be something else, there'd have to be a new plat submitted. It'd have to be refiled, and you would see a lot layout similar to what you saw on that prior plat.
Right.
I'm not going to say there's never a what-if or never say never, but at this point, it's an agricultural zone tract, which means it cannot be subdivided any further. The only thing that could happen is some pieces could be sold off to this, these Christopher tracts here. Technically, someone could cut off 4 acres of this and add it to another piece, but there's no way to subdivide this further simply because there's not enough road frontage to separate this, for example, into 2 tracts. But if someone was going to propose a street and a full-blown subdivision, then there would have to be a new plat come in, a bond put up for a street. But at this point, we're not aware of any plans of that nature other than a 55-acre ag tract going to record for a sale. And I believe the realtor may even be in the room that relayed that to us. And,
Chairman, I think I can clear some of this up.
and there may be other neighbors that have other questions, but at this point,
Sorry, if you have something to say, you need to come to the podium, give your name and address.
That's all I had. Thanks for
All right, thank
listening.
you so much.
My name is Antoinette Taylor. I live at 427 Waterworks Road. I also grew up at 2205 Waterworks Road, so I've lived out there since 1976. Our concern is with the Martins' proposals that it also says subdivision on the piece of paper that you all are looking at. It says, so our concern is their other property that backs to this, where their bed and breakfast is. They have a lot of traffic that comes in and out of there. I've had numerous wrecks in my yard, numerous vehicles in my yard coming out of there for events. People are drunk. People are, I've called and tried to talk to them. She hung up on me on the phone. So the road is not equipped for any kind of subdivision out there. Individual homes with road frontage is fine. We have had development out there. We're a community, but I would say there's probably, 80 people that signed it. There's maybe 100 people total that live out there. So you can see that there's a big reason, or there's a big opposition to this.
Well, I think as Mr. Hunter said, we can't predict the future.
Right.
But
So I guess my
As this
question is
sits
this,
right
is what,
now,
why does it
this
say
cannot-
subdivision?
Let me explain that then.
Okay,
A subdivision under state laws is simply reconfiguring a property.
okay,
So if I took your lot and sold 2 feet to the neighbor, we have to replat. All these plats that you see are basically we're moving property lines around. Anytime, like this is a perfect example, those are lots that were already there and they wanted to make one a tad bit wider and they just robbed a little off a lot. Anytime you move property and reconfigure a parcel, it's a subdivision under the state law. Subdivision doesn't mean streets, curb, gutter, sidewalk. Subdivision means I'm just cutting the 1 acre off a 100 acre, or it could mean I'm cutting 4 feet off a 5 acre and selling it to my neighbor. That's a subdivision. That's why the heading says subdivision approvals, because that's what the state law calls a subdivision. Anytime one parcel's being changed, it's a subdivision under our rules. In this case, they're moving 16 acres off the parent tract to the other tract and selling that as a 55-acre tract. And it's a subdivision under the definition of state law that has to be given preliminary and final approval by this body.
well, on behalf of the people that signed the petition, we don't want this change. I mean, it's already, what, 30 acres?
Unfortunately, and I'll
original-
let our attorney jump here, the subdivision regulations don't really allow for public hearings. This is not a public hearing where, this is an administrative process under the law. We have a set of guidelines on how you subdivide property. It's a checklist.
Okay,
And the checklist includes goofy things like the location map and a purpose statement and an address block and meets and bounds descriptions and a frontage note and a street note. There's a technical list. If the surveyor meets all those requirements, the planning commission really can't deny a plat. They could add extra notes on there, but they really can't deny it if it meets the minimum requirements based in the subdivision regs, which are the local law. It's a technical administrative approval. We can hear comments, but really. they-
okay, that's fine, I just want my
That's-
comments noted.
But there would be another plat
My husband's a surveyor, so I
someday
get it.
if it
but-
ever came to that level.
Thank
And
you.
again, maybe there's some clarification on what the plan is there, because I think that's part of the confusion too.
Please come forward. State your name and address, please.
Might swear him in.
Yes, Ken.
You better swear me in.
Oh, my gosh.
My name is George Coomer. I live at 525 Cardinal Terrace, Danville, Kentucky. I'm a Realtor with Coldwell Banker here in Danville. I represent both the seller and the buyer on this contract. And I didn't know until yesterday there were some questions of what was going on. Please realize I have duties of confidentiality and fiduciary duties to my clients. I'll answer any questions as to the best of my ability. So what's going on is it was 30-some-odd acres was listed for sale. Found a buyer. We got under contract. The seller, being the Martins, it was their decision that they decided they would like to sell the 16 whatever additional acres to make a total of 55. The buyer agreed to that. The buyer is coming here to be near family that already lives in the area. Their intent is to have a farm, build one house, and possibly a guest house for their parents. There's no intention to develop this into any more than a farm and 2 homes. And I'll be glad to take, if I may take questions from the audience or from the board or anyone.
If anybody, any commissioners have any questions? Thank you.
Thanks. And sorry for like I said, if I'd known before yesterday that there was discontent, I probably would have gone to the source and tried to explain what was going on. But thank you.
Appreciate it.
There may be other comments, I'm not sure. There were several folks that called us about this.
I'll make a motion, we approve the subdivision plot.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Number 7.
Take a moment.
Oh, you want to trade seats with him? We're involved.
All right, we still have a very long agenda.
Are we ready?
Yes, please, you may have to speak a little bit louder.
Okay. The next plat we have is Thomas Ross. He's applied for an approval of a subdivision on a tract of land containing 6.934 acres. It's located at 0 Lockland Lane in Danville. Property is zoned ag. It's got preliminary approval, ready for final approval.
Oh, can we move
It's
the
been
slide up?
corrected.
Thank you.
You want to just do the rest of those, Lisa?
What?
Can we just do the rest of them together?
Yeah, do them together? Okay.
Please.
Next, we have Dan Merriman has applied for the approval of a subdivision on a tract of land containing 1.004 acres. It's located at 502, 506, and 508 South 3rd Street in Danville. The property is zoned highway business and single-family R1A. That is part of the reason for the plat. They're from the moving of Fackler many, many years ago. There was some confusion with the city's right-of-way that was left. They're trying to get it conveyed back to the original property there. It's had preliminary approval. It's ready for final approval with corrections made. Next, we have the Robert S. Toadvine Estate. They've applied for a subdivision on tracts of land containing 14.78 acres. It's located at 4120, 4230, and 0 Ullum Springs or Kentucky Highway 300 in Danville. The property is zoned ag. It's received preliminary approval. It's ready for final approval. Corrections have been made. And then lastly, we have Eric Peevler has applied for an approval of a subdivision on a tract of land containing 3.039 acres located at 0 Southtown Drive, Danville. Property is zoned highway business. It's received preliminary approvals, ready for final approval. All corrections have been made. And Steve has a site plan to present that goes along with this particular plat.
Mr. Chairman, because this ties to the next topic, let's pull number 10 out of this, is what I recommend, and vote on the other one.
Well,
Because Steve will need, Mr. Hunter will need to
well,
be
the
here.
site plan is a separate.
That's correct.
It's a separate hearing. It's a public hearing.
You want to still put them together?
Now, all this is a subdivision approval.
Okay.
I think we can do them separately because they're separate entities.
All right, we can keep them together then.
So are we done, Lisa?
We are done with those. We're ready for
Any
a
comment?
motion.
Do I hear a motion? All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? It's unanimous.
We're ready for the site plan for Peebler.
Okay. That's the subdivision approvals. We have several public hearings today. We'll start with the first one, which is site development plan for the subdivision approval we just approved.
So that's me.
Okay?
All right. So, and I apologize about that. I stepped out in the hall to talk to some of those neighbors about future development stuff. So yeah, that plat that you just saw, Lisa probably explained what we're doing with the right-of-way. And now the plat, what you have in front of you is a site plan approval for Eric Peebler, Peebler Moving and Storage. And the track, as you know, is the vacant track out on the bypass. This is the skating rink, Quality Inn, and the new street that you just saw on the plat would be in this configuration right in here. The street ends at the Quality Inn, and this part of the street is a private easement. That's a private shared travel way that serves all that. Is not a city street. The city street would come to here. That's a shot looking kind of into the property from the bypass if you drove out there, and looking back towards the skating rink. And then this is the site plan, and I'll jump to that. The property's zoned commercial, highway business has been zoned for several years out there. And then there's the site plan exhibit in your packet. Site plan is a public hearing that the Planning Commission has final action on, and the site plan is required if a commercial development is over 10,000 square foot. And this proposal is 39,100 square feet of storage buildings that would be constructed on the property. And the site plan has a technical checklist, kind of like a plat, but is a public hearing and required to be a public hearing under our ordinance and the state law. And so you can see a layout of the buildings. Kendall Wise is here with Vantage, and the Peeblers may be here. I'm not sure if they are or not. They might actually be in the basement. But they were going to be here, but Kendall should be somewhere in the room, I think. He's in the back. This has changed a bunch. They've laid out these buildings probably 4, 5, 6 different ways, maybe 3, 4. Just trying to play around with the property. This is the last configuration and the one that Mr. Peebler would like to see. In addition, the fire department at Tech Review had a comment about a prior layout related to fire access and kind of way to get around the building with the travel ways. So one of the changes of layout was accommodate the fire department, the Danville Fire Department's request for better access throughout the facility. So again, the property zoned highway business. Talked about the new street, and you can see the street in better detail right here. That's going to be constructed in that right of way, and the developer will have to bond that street construction separate, have 3 years to build it. If the site plan is approved, they could pull a permit on the structures immediately and start construction. And their main access, as you can see, is shown down here in the corner. So they're not showing any access on the new street. They'll just be extending the street at the request of the city of Danville, but their access will be on this part of the property right in here. You can see the travel ways are shaded in this hatch color. So the travel ways here, and that shows the buildings. 3 buildings, 39,100 square feet. This site plan meets all our requirements for travelway widths, stormwater drainage, utility placement, easements, buffering, et cetera. So again, the site plan meets all our zoning ordinance requirements to be developed in this configuration. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have related to this project. Again, Kendall Wise is back here in the back, the engineer that was on the project.
Questions? This is a public hearing,
Yeah, so there could be folks here for or against, I guess.
so if there was anyone here that wants to speak in favor of this proposal, please come forward. Having not seen any, is there anyone who wants to speak in opposition to this proposal? Please come forward. Seems to be none.
I'll make a motion, we approve the,
Okay. We have a motion for approval and a second. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, next on the agenda, Mark and Joan Morgan.
Yeah, so we're getting into the public hearing cases, and I'll try to go through these fairly efficiently. Okay. They're going to come over here. And again, I know there's folks downstairs, and hopefully as some seats free up, some of those folks can come upstairs, and we'll get to the other hearing hopefully soon enough. This first application, should have the staff reports in your packet, and I am going to refer to those by page number to different sections. I'm going to try to go through this pretty quick, and in the next case too, unless there's questions from the board or neighbors or the applicant has some concerns. But this is a future land use map request and a zone change request together. And that's on the top of your staff report. This is two applications that you see on our agenda, future land use map request and a zone change. And just so, again, we kind of talk about that out loud, of why that happens and why this staff report and the next case is structured like this. This is the property downtown. This is 4th Street, and Mr. Morgan's office is down here. He owns this whole property right here. And obviously, there's office use, retail use happening here, and then this is vacant on the 3rd Street side. So we'll jump to the zoning map real quick, and we'll come back. The zoning is interesting. The zoning is highway business on the 4th Street side, and RM2, or what we call duplex. The duplex district's over here on the 3rd Street side, but the highway business zone, you can see on these tracks, splits the property and makes them partially zoned. So we've got an RM2 section, a highway business section, and these two lots, highway business. What Mr. Morgan is proposing is to zone central business, which is similar to the downtown area. As you guys know, that this is kind of a kind of zoomed out shot, kind of moving down from Main Street, but most of Main Street's up here on the ceiling would all be central business. The central business district is what we know as downtown. It allows office uses, commercial uses, residential uses, all kinds of retail and different services, government services, and is a better fit for the downtown. In fact, we've had 2 or 3 zone changes over the last couple months in the downtown area converting to central business. Central business is a more flexible zoning district for lot coverage, parking, setbacks, again, to build an urban feel in the downtown area. At this point, there's really not a proposal for a future project. It's zoning and consolidating for potentially a future sale or redevelopment opportunity on the 3rd Street side, or maybe the whole property. But when you look at the zoning like that, the first step to rezone your property, one of the things we look at, and we'll talk about in the staff report, is to look at the comprehensive plan compliance. And one of those elements is the future land use map. The future land use map is kind of the big ticket item that we look at in the zone change review, and we try to determine, is the proposal consistent with the future land use map? So here's our future land use map in downtown Danville. And you can see these properties are commercial. This property's duplex. These are low density, which are single-family homes. Obviously, there's no development on this, and this is a parking lot. Clearly, this low density, and if you go a little further and you look at the downtown, you kind of see the challenges we have with the future land use map in downtown Danville and a lot of places, is the future land use map is more reflective of an existing land use map and not really truly a future land use map. And clearly, this low density node that you see here depicts that. This is multifamily. This is single family. This is commercial, duplex, commercial, low density. Just a hodgepodge of things downtown. So what we tell the applicants, they have 2 choices when they want to zone their property and they're not consistent with the future land use map. They can amend the future land use map procedurally. Therefore, the zone change then is clearly in compliance with the future land use map. Or they could move ahead without fixing the future land use map and make some other argument why it should be changed based on some other factor in the comprehensive plan. In this case, Mr. Morgan's filed an application to not only amend the future land use map, but the zone change request to central business. So that puts all that stuff kind of together. And then I'll back up and we'll look at these pictures here real quick. Hopefully you got to drive around and see the things. Jacob Street provides access between 3rd and 4th, but it's a narrow kind of 1-lane alley feel. There's access on 4th and there's a curb cut on 3rd. And again, there's really not a development plan here, but like every zone change, Mr. Morgan submitted a set of proposed conditions, and those conditions are what build the compatibility requirement for the future land use map request. So again, this looks at the property from 4th, where his office is right there. This is off Jacobs Alley, shows the parking lot and good shot of the 3rd Street property, and you can kind of see a little rise in elevation here and some of the tree cover. And then this is looking from 3rd Street back down that Jacobs Alley, and this is the property that's currently vacant. So with that, I'll go through the staff report really quick. There's a whole lot I gave you there, but it'll be helpful on the next couple cases. I won't have to go through some of that verbiage again on that.
Would you re-echo to me? Central business, though, is up the main in town.
Yeah.
There's no central business lots in that area at this time.
No, there's no central business at this time in this section, but what's interesting about, let me get to this.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a better shot. That's the future land use map. So historically in Danville, we zone things highway business.
Right.
So there's a ton of highway business on 3rd and 4th Street, which really the highway business zone is intended to be the stuff out there.
That's correct.
But as you go back to the zoning map, even though you don't see a lot of central business, you see a whole bunch of highway business, probably because that is a main street, main thoroughfare. And highway business was a zone we did back in the day, as opposed, when this whole map was labeled,
Yeah, that's what I was
it
saying.
probably should all been central business. It's
The
downtown.
use of central business term back then was not.
That's right. And the nature of all that feels like central business. Not only that, there's been a downtown master plan completed that clearly defines Jacob as a split zone on the urban style development we want to see to the north that fits with the downtown redevelopment. But even the stuff to the south is central business in nature. What we hope we don't do in the future is more highway business, because highway business are the drive-throughs, fast food, truck stops, all that busy, high traffic generating stuff is, and by the way, it also encourages front-loaded parking lots, curb cuts, you have parking standards, access issues. Central business lets you build kind of out to the block in the feel as we know the downtown. And the central business is appropriate here. When you go back to the future land use map, though, unfortunately, when it shows commercial, it doesn't say what kind of commercial goes in there. Is it central business?
Right.
Is it highway business? Is it specifically neighborhood business? So the zoning picks are really the developer's choice based on the style of development.
Right, and to me, the central business starts creating an imagery, a look or a style.
It's a better fit, it's more flexible, and if the whole downtown, if we were taking on a project to relabel the whole downtown from a zoning perspective, which we couldn't do without proper consensus, we'd probably make the central business probably go all the way down to the split, something of that nature. But clearly, you don't see a lot on this, although we just changed a piece up here, and we changed one on Walnut, we
Right.
changed one on Wilderness, and then the whole Main Street, all the way down, everything you know down here is central business. And then I'll reference something in the staff report that sort of says that's what that should be too in the narrative.
Thank you.
So with that, page 1, I won't go through any more of that. I think I talked that to death a little bit. Page 2 through 7 is our comprehensive plan review. And the comprehensive plan review, as you know, is we look at everything in the comprehensive plan as well as the future land use map as far as goals and objectives. All of those are outlined on pages 2 through 7. But since you did bring up that question, I'll point on page 5. At the bottom of page 5, there's some technical language about commercial land use, specifically in the city of Danville, that's in the comprehensive plan. And if you read through some of that narrative on the bottom of 4, top of 5, it clearly talks about the downtown development and how it should be of that nature, and that central business should be, that type of use is encouraged in an urban setting, and that we should develop the highway business stuff out there on the highway business area or north side of town on 2168. That's what the narrative says. So that's all there on pages 2 through 7. So I won't get into that, but I will point out on page 6, on the page 6, there's clearly in our comprehensive plan procedures for amending the flume. So you just can't come in and ask for the flume to be amended. The future land use map, I shouldn't use that acronym. The flume is an acronym for future land use map. And we have a process on how you amend the flume. And in the bottom of the page, you see it's bolded and italicized text. The applicant has to show that it's clearly compatible with the surrounding development. He has to demonstrate that. Well, how does the applicant demonstrate the need to change the flume? It is their zone change conditions. So if an applicant chose to amend the flume today and come back and zone it in 3 months, they still got to kind of show you what their concept plan is or what their proposed conditions are. That's what builds the compatibility analysis that justifies the future land use map to be amended. So that's on page 6, and down there at the bottom, it also says requested rezonings. That bottom paragraph shall be reviewed for consistency with the future land use map and the development review provisions below. Those are on page 7. Every zone change has development review provisions, either of residential, commercial, or industrial nature. Those are also looked at in the comprehensive plan. In Turn to page 8, and we get into the meat of the zone change requests. So I'm doing both applications together, and at the end, there'd be 2 separate motions, and if you guys see fit to move forward on either application. So page 8 talks about a general development plan review, and as you know, with the zone change request, a general development plan is required. Some people call those concept plans, some people call them conditions. Our zoning ordinance calls them a general development plan. And you see in Article 310.3E, very specifically, it says, as a condition of granting of an amendment to the official zoning map, the Planning Commission is authorized to require submission of a development plan, and we do every time. 311.2 says a general development plan shall be filed with the application for an amendment of the official zoning map in a form recordable in the Bull County Courthouse. And so there's the general development plan right there on the page 8 and 9, which are the developer's proposed conditions. And I'll read through those fairly quickly. This is what the applicant is committing to, A, to show compatibility for the flume change, and what he's willing to lock down and have recorded as conditions of the zone change that would bind the property into the future unless it came back here to be amended. So I'll read those real quick. Number 1 says the applicant agrees to provide no more than 90% lot coverage throughout the property. Central Business would allow 100% coverage, and so he's limiting that down a tad bit. The applicant agrees the total building footprint within the area of the rezoning shall not exceed 50,000 square feet. No building on the property shall exceed 6 stories in height. Let me mention real quick, the Central Business only allows 4 stories in height by default. When the zoning ordinance was amended in the fall of 19, we proposed 6 stories as the standard for the Central Business Zone. The city of Danville rolled that back to 4 stories for some technical reasons. But with the recent rezoning we've done of the property the hospital's recently required, I think there's clearly some discussion about the Central Business really ought to be taller than 4 stories in different parts of the downtown. Downtown Master Plan also suggests that. So I think the city right now is currently looking at amending the zoning ordinance potentially to address building heights in the Central Business Zone. So even though he put 6 stories in height, he's still limited to 4 stories until such time the zoning ordinance is changed. But the flexibility needs to be built in there that if the zoning ordinance is changed where we can go taller, more vertical in the urban core, he's capped that at no more than 6 stories. And by the way, the hospital exceeds 4 stories now. There's an apartment building, I'm not sure the name of it, Arnold Towers, it's taller than that. So we have structures taller than 4 stories. He's committed to 6 because we think that's what the downtown master plan showed as a cap as future building heights. So that's in number 2. Number 3 and 4 deal with signage. It says 1 freestanding monument sign per platted commercial lot. Sign size has been limited to the zoning ordinance. And then 4 deals with internally illuminated signs. Can happen on the property, but it cannot cause any light trespass on the adjacent properties. 5 is a type of commitment that we've talked about in the past. The applicant has the opportunity to either say what kind of uses it'll be or exclude the type of uses he does not want to see happen on the property. Central Business, again, allows a lot of stuff, probably one of the broadest districts in the zoning ordinance. So Mr. Morgan and his wife have worked hard on these, in fact, gone through several drafts. And number 5 now basically takes the approach to exclude certain uses that can never happen on the property, but allow the other things that typically we see in Central Business. So 5 says, the applicant agrees to exclude the following uses: a detention facility, basic utilities, and by the way, basic utilities aren't service utilities. That would be, for example, like a substation, or where the whole property would be used for a utility, like a cell tower or something of that nature. So he's excluding basic utilities, eating establishments with drive-throughs, commercial parking lots, again, standalone commercial parking lots. He's saying that will not be allowed unless green landscaping is installed along parking lot, except at ingress and egress. So he's just no blacktop parking lot corner to corner can be allowed on the property. Animal hospital, kennel, or veterinarian clinic, retail sales or service over 20,000 square foot, whatever that could be, that's so wide open. He's saying it's going to have to be smaller retail. And anything with a drive-through or pickup window. Any vehicle fuel stations and sales, any burial-related uses like a crematorium or cemetery or whatever, or any temporary uses. So all those things are out by way of the conditions, and that leaves kind of the typical things: office, small retail, maybe service-related, government buildings. All those things could still happen of that nature. But kind of those other things that we see would not be allowed with that proposed condition number 5. Number 6, again, says all new and expanded parking areas shall be paved. Additionally, the applicant agrees all future utilities will be placed underground. 7 deals with the access, a commitment that there'll be one access on 3rd, one on 4th, and then the access points would basically be from Jacobs Alley or the street that you guys kind of see there. So again, a commitment on the access. It's worded, though, it has to be coordinated and planned with the Planning Commission, City of Danville, and KY, or KDOT, because again, those are state roads. This is a city street, and all of us would have to work together on any future access development. Property complies with subregs, and then number 10 deals with materials. So again, whatever's developed on the property would have to be constructed of brick, stone, hardy board, masonry, drive-it, vinyl, or some combination of the materials facing both east and west. So those are the proposed conditions the applicants put forward on this property. And with that, I'll wrap up. Bottom of page 9, again, references that the applicant is proposing to amend the future land use map from low density to mixed-use residential. I didn't talk about that, but mixed-use residential as a future land use map category is outlined on the bottom of page 9. And as you can imagine, mixed use allows flexible uses, whether it be office, retail, multifamily, single family, or any combination. It's kind of a pick and choose future land use map category, mixed use right there, residential. And it allows the developers to come in and develop different zoning districts of different densities and styles. And then on page 10 is our staff items of concern, and there were no staff items concerned. And the finish up staff report, KRS 100-213 findings required that you guys have to make for a zoning map amendment is outlined right there. Again, the Planning Commission has to find that the zone change complies with the comprehensive plan or an absence thereof. There's 2 other opportunities you guys can make findings independent of the comprehensive plan compliance. The future land use map, again, is a main component of that comprehensive plan compliance review. So with that, you have 2 suggested motions in your packet, and our attorney can help you. But the future land use map really needs to happen technically before the zone change could happen. If by chance you all chose not to approve the future land use map, we would want to give the applicant a minute or 2 to think about whether he still wants to go forward with the zone change request, or if he'd want to table it or withdraw it at this time and come back with a different kind of development option. But if the flume is successful, it obviously lays kind of the groundwork to the zone change request now that the flume has been formally amended. Yes, sir.
Again, this is a public hearing. Can we take the public hearing one at a time?
Yes, sir.
As far as the flume
Absolutely.
and the zone change, or?
Yep.
You want-
That's the commission's prerogative. I will tell you that sometimes some of the elements between the flume change and the zone map amendment will overlap, so it's
Okay, so we'll open up public discussion to both matters. And at this time, again, it is a public hearing. If anyone wants to speak in favor of this proposal, do so this time. Please introduce yourself and give your address.
Thank you. I'm Mark Morgan. This is my wife, Joni Morgan. And I want to thank, our address is 915 West Count Fleet Circle, Danville, Kentucky. Since 2000, Joni and I have purchased these 4 contiguous properties, and they're 2 1906 homes that were originally duplexes. They had broken windows. The plaster was coming off the walls. There was animal damage. They were in rough shape. And we're really proud of what we've been able to do. The Heart of Danville awarded us a preservation award about 2014, and we certainly appreciate that honor. But Mr. Hunter has been very helpful in allowing us to go forward. What inspired us to move forward on this is the Danville Master Plan includes this property and sees it as transitioning away from highway commercial or highway business. So to accommodate that, when Mr. Hunter came here and this commission changed its ordinances to allow central business, then this property is a keystone property and beginning that transition to the Danville Master Plan and to your future land use map, transitioning away from a highway commercial in our downtown area to a central business, and that's why we're here. Also on the 3rd Street property, since that was split zoned, and that's a type of hodgepodge and mosaic that doesn't make rational sense and isn't compatible with surrounding character of development, then we wanted to make this contiguous property all zoned the same and begin the process of transitioning to central business and assist our community in going there. So that's why we're here. I think most of you are probably familiar. Surrounding properties are professional offices, real estate offices, Home Health Oxygen, Family Services, a nonprofit, Red Cross, KSD. You go around there, and there is one family living there, and there's two families living there in a duplex, but that's rental. We foresee a time now that we're transitioning from out of being a professional office, we foresee a time when this could be an Airbnb or something like that, these two properties, and then the Third Street could facilitate that further. But we don't know what the future land use will be. We don't have any plans, but we are wanting to be consistent with current planning and zoning future land use plans, and also with the Danville master plan. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak in favor of the future land use map amendment or the rezoning of the property? Anyone here want to speak in opposition to the future land use map amendment or the rezoning of this property? Having seen none, I think we can close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a technical question? You have in some of the comments in there about vehicle fuel stations. Does that include electric vehicle recharging? Around the use of excluding the use of this product as vehicle fuel station, but does that allude to electric vehicle charging? That's a future item at some point?
I'll address that.
Yeah, I
Is that
can't
Morgan?
answer
So
that. Maybe
the zoning
Mr.
ordinance
Hunter
right
can.
now, that specific term he used was in Article 5.
Right.
And if you look up that vehicle fuel station, it's described as what we traditionally know as a convenience store.
Right. So we're not misalluding, we're not tying it.
If
That's
someone
not tied
came
to
in and
electric
built something a
vehicles.
little different, let's
Right.
say it looked like a C-store and there literally were electric car fuelings, we would still call it a convenience store.
Yes.
So in that sense, the answer could be yes, but if they designed it different, where maybe it was an Airbnb and there were an opportunity to charge your car and there were three
Yep.
of those in the back, the answer would be no, because the vehicle fueling station would be what we traditionally think like Speedway or Five Star, something of that nature. That's what he's legislating.
And I appreciate that, because downtown business could make use of the electric charging stations.
We agree with that, and our intention was for a fuel station, a service station.
Okay, thank you. And very nice list of comments, by the way, folks. You've worked out, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you all. And we want to thank Mr. Hunter and his staff. They were very helpful in assisting us in putting this before you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I make the motion to approve the proposed future land use map amendment based on the testimony and documents presented in public hearing. Proposed plan amendment has the method directive to amend the plan and outline in chapter 9 of the comprehensive plan. Further, I request that this motion include a summary of the evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Boyd, Commissioner Boyd. We have a motion for the future land use map amendment approval.
Mr. Chairman, if I might make an addition to that, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. If ever you can't, please say the word. Mr. Boyd, just some suggestions to add here, that the projected commercial use as limited by the applicant conditions is clearly compatible with nearby commercial uses. The applicant's conditions provide further assurance of compatibility, particularly with their limitation on access points. And finally, the research basis for the land use map and the comprehensive plan, that basis remains valid, and there's no need now to add further research for amendment. Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Now, we still need a motion on the zone
Mr.
change.
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment together with and conditioned upon the general development plan conditions submitted by the applicant. Based upon the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing, the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with adopted 2017 comprehensive plan as demonstrated by its compliance with the following items. A, is consistent with the future land use map and is consistent with the adopted goals and objectives. Therefore, the proposed zoning map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. Further, I request that this motion include the summary of evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
And we have a second. Oh, we had a second, I'm sorry. Commissioner Ruby seconded, so, don't need to add any amendments to that one?
I think the land use map and the goals and objectives are adequately stated in the staff report.
So we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Okay, we have, so that's numbers 2 and 3. We're down to number 4. We have Fowler Dunn Developers requesting a future land use map amendment.
All right, promise to go quicker on this one because a lot of the stuff I said in the prior case. And again, there's folks downstairs that are live streaming, so there's a couple chairs. Well, the chairs are gone. That's how the days are going to go here. As we get these other cases, folks will leave, and hopefully the folks in the basement can come up here. Again, another zone change request and future land use map request out here on Old Houstonville Road, 3488, or as some folks noted, the McGurr Farm that is now either under contract or been purchased by Mr. Dunn. I'm not 100% sure on that, but definitely is under contract, at least on them. I know that, but he may have already bought it. I'm not 100% sure. And again, his property's right across the road, right in here. The developer, he's built a house on this location. This is Park Hills. And this is Castle Rock, and this is the property we're talking about right here. Going to the next shot, that's looking from Old Houstonville Road. That's the driveway to the kind of the old farm. And again, you heard a plat earlier today that kicked off all the plats where we were subdividing this property. What the developer is intending to do is cut off the farm and cut off the barn, and those would be sold separate, and they wouldn't be part of this proposed development. They would just kind of be sold, or there may be even for sale sign out there right now on that. That's looking at the property and shows kind of a neat elevation as we go up the hill and shows kind of the rise and fall of some of the property. This is a zoning map for the property. Again, shows Park Hills zone single family. R1A is our large lot single family. Typically is 10,000 square foot minimum, 10-foot side setbacks in rear, 25 front. Castle Rock is actually zoned RM2, which allows single family and or duplex, but in that case, I think it was restricted to single family at smaller lots. And again, you can see both projects aren't fully developed. You can see the zoning lines in relationship to the plat lines and the subdivision lines, and you can clearly tell that there's area. This is the property we're looking at right here to be developed. Here's the proposed layout. We'll come back to that in a second, but this is what the developer is proposing. It shows 66 lots in 2 phases. His conditions say something a tad bit different to give some wiggle room for some development challenges maybe related to drainage. This is the future land use map. And again, we talked about future land use. In this area, the future land use out here is low density, low density, low density, low density, moderate density, or I'm sorry, this is mixed use employment, and then this is all agriculture. So the proposed land use here is agriculture. The developer would like to develop this as a subdivision, a real subdivision. We've talked about subdivisions a lot, one with streets, curb gutter, sidewalks, mailboxes, dogs, cats, whatever, birdhouses, everything. It'd be a subdivision. And to do so, needs a zone change. He's proposing the zone to R1B, not A. It lets it get a tad bit smaller than the 1A. You can go down to 8,000 square foot lots. However, his proposed concept plan, most of the lots are 9 or 10,000. What he wants to use in the R1B is a little narrower lot width, and those more flexible side setbacks, which the R1B district allows, as opposed to the R1A that's fairly rigid, that's a traditional quarter-acre lot that we've seen historically in Danville. The R1B category was created new with the 2020 zoning ordinance, as well as the R1C that we saw with that condo plat. It's still single-family only. It allows a little bit smaller lot, more flexible development standards than the traditional R1A. So, need a future land use map amendment, clearly, because it's shown as ag, and the proposals to go from agriculture to low-density future land use map, and a zone change request to go from agriculture to R1B. And with that, I'm going to go through this fairly quick, and I'm not going to go near through the staff report except for the conditions. This is the conceptual layout that the applicant put forward, and it shows 66 lots. And again, it shows these other lots up here, the house and the barn. Phase 1 line is kind of the numbered homes. You see the 23 homes right here, the cul-de-sac. This would be a drainage lot. This is what is proposed as Phase 1. This would be Phase 2. So that's a concept plan, but that's not the general development plan in this case. In this proposal, the general development plan is the numbered conditions that the applicant has put forward on page 7 of your staff report. Again, our preference in the future is these concept plans are great to record, but they don't really lock things down to the word, especially about access or stub streets or lot count, because again, we'd like to see those things in writing, and we can record them in the courthouse, in the deed books, and they run with the property. In this case, we got a great concept plan, and we got a list of conditions, so you visually can see both. But be clear that this is a conceptual plan that could change. The conditions, if this is approved, would be recorded and would be enforceable unless they come back and amend their general development plan. And this is generally how the property would lie. But because of some of the terrain challenges, the adjacent property owners, some stub street preferences maybe from adjacent property owners, this could change conceptually as they move into Phase 2 or Phase 3, or if it changes. But the developer has indicated to me Phase 1 is fairly what they'd like to see happen right here. But due to the drainage design, this has to be engineered. This is in Bull County, by the way. It's adjacent to Junction City. Park Hills is in the county. City of Danville just did an annexation intent ordinance that technically that'd be City of Danville to the east. That'd be Danville to the east, Junction to the south, and Bull County to the north.
What you're saying here on the right images could end up, the roads might shift, the number of lots.
Exactly right.
That's just what it is.
And we've got different jurisdictions now we'd be dealing with. But in this jurisdiction, Bull County Fiscal Court, if this zone change is approved, it would go to them, and their Public Works Department would be the one in control of looking at the construction plans, dealing with the drainage design, stormwater design, road layout. All those things are moving targets for a developer behind the zone change. So it's kind of tough to lock a developer down to a layout, particularly like this, because we haven't engineered it to that degree. At some point, if the zone change is successful, the conditions are locked down, you guys will see a plat at some point, and then we know, these lots might change right back here for some reason due to some drainage needs, or the developer might choose to make this one a tad bit smaller and turn this one the other direction. So that's why that's a concept plan, not to be recorded. The items on number 7 would be your recorded conditions. And again, I'm not going to go through all this stuff in the staff report. Pages 2 through 6 is our comprehensive plan verbiage. I've already mentioned that in the prior case, but I do want to point out one thing on page 5 at the bottom, and it kind of relates to all the cases coming behind us too. And it's in the comprehensive plan, and it's under development review provisions. The bottom of page 5 is a very kind of important paragraph that you guys have to think about. And it says all proposals for new development must be assessed to determine their compatibility with the existing surrounding development. So we're always looking at compatibility. And if you want to know what compatibility means, the next sentence clearly tells us what that means. A lot of people will tell you what compatibility is or isn't. Our comprehensive plan clearly tells you what it could be or should be. And it says compatibility may be shown because the proposed use is the same as the surrounding neighborhood. And it's got a comma and an or it may be established by site design, buffering control of access through the adjacent neighborhood, or other agreed upon development measures as we know them conditions. So what the comprehensive plan says is compatibility means it's either like it or we do something to make it work together side by side, which are the conditions. And that's pretty much in every staff report you've heard and everyone you're going to hear, that paragraph's in there. That's what compatibility is as far as our marching orders from the comprehensive plan. So let's get into the conditions real quick, and I'll go through those. And I'm not sure if the developer's here. Oh, there's Nick, and so he's here, and he might want to come up and add some stuff, but number 1 says the property be limited to one access point on Old Houstonville Road. The location, again, configuration coordinated and approved by Boyle County. That is a county road. Property would be developed with a maximum of 68 single-family residences. 68's in there, although the concept plan shows 66. Again, to give a little wiggle room. If it turns out their drainage doesn't have to be like this, they might be able to create another lot or two. They're committing to 68. The concept plan shows 66. Again, probably going to be that number or less. You never know until they get into the engineering. But he's agreeing to 68 because that's their target. It's probably could be that or some number, but it'll never be more than 68. All utility lines should be located underground. Property will be connected to sanitary sewer. It's a key component right there. Park Hills is on a septic tank. So they are committing and will be required to connect to sanitary sewer, which is the reason why we're doing the lots less than 1 acre in size or whatnot. That lets them go down to the R1A, B, or C, or whatever, is then you have to connect to sewer to get the smaller lots. But unfortunately, we got subdivisions all over the county. Even the Waterworks case we heard earlier, we got half-acre lots and 3/4 acre lots and 1/4 acre lots on septic tanks all over this county. That is no longer permitted under our development patterns in the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, or the subregs. Anything less than 1 acre pretty much has to be on sanitary sewer in the residential setting. And the developer is making that commitment to connect to sewer. 4 says they'll be in compliance with our Boyle County subregs. That sounds generic, but that's where it kicks in the bonding requirement, the developer contract, the engineering, the stormwater, drainage, all those things are in the subregs. And he's committing he'll do those, and they're required in the law anyhow. 5 says street lighting, if installed, will be provided by uniform design lighting poles of composite material or metal. Let me explain why it says if installed. Currently, in the subregs, we have a standard, if we build a subdivision, you have to put in street lights in Danville, Junction City. The county engineer, they don't want street lights in the county. And there's not a standard or provision to put street lights in subdivisions in Boyle County. The developer would like to have street lights. He wants to build an urban development, but he's going to have to work with Boyle County on that. The county does not have a mechanism the way we do that with KU here in the city. If a developer wants to put in street lights, it's certainly going to have something they work out with the county engineering staff to put them in. But right now, the county, that's where the subregs are different. We don't do street lights in the county. We do them in the urban settings. But clearly, if we build a subdivision with 66 lots, curb, gutter, sidewalks, and the developer would like to put in street lights, and that's an amenity, we'd hope we'd have an ability to do something like that. But currently, that's not allowed in the subregs unless the county will make an exception on that. So that's why it says if installed, because that has to be worked out. If they go up, they're going to be designed in uniform and composite material, et cetera.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
Would it make sense to maybe clarify that just a little bit more?
We could wordsmith that, whatever you all see fit. That's the best we could do, knowing the particular standards in the subregs.
Can't you just say if the Boyle County permits it, or?
The subdivision regulations allow us to deviate from the standards. If the county engineer, for example, we require 4-foot sidewalks on all streets. We've done some situations where we've done sidewalks on one side, or maybe a wider sidewalk. I think there's some flexibility in the actual construction design when we get to the plat or the construction plans that we could work out with the county. We're working on new standards in the subregs right now, and we would hope maybe we would make that a more flexible option. The challenge that we have in the county, I think, is how the bills are paid. In the city, the developer puts the conduit in. KU comes, installs the street lights, and the city of Danville, I believe, picks up the bill. I think that, or maybe it's assessed. In the county, we don't have a mechanism to really do that through intercounty. And so we'd have to figure out a way that we could put in the street lights, and probably if they go in the county, there'd probably have to be some kind of assessment done where the homeowners would have to pay the light bill, and there might even have to be an HOA created. So we kind of got some big hurdles to figure that out on the county side.
I was just talking about clarifying the if.
Sure.
And explain why the if is there.
Yeah, I'll let Henry wordsmith that a little bit, and then when we get to the end, maybe he'll have a suggestion on how we fix number 5.
I'm just thinking, looking forward,
I agree.
that we know, we have a explanation why that if was there, that it's not that we made an exception,
Yeah.
but it was because Bull County doesn't allow lighting, and the developers would like lighting, and if they can work something out, then they can, we'll have lighting.
One interesting thing, and I'm just speculating here, I don't want to speak for Nick, but it is adjacent to Junction City, and they're talking to them about potential annexation, and now Danville's to the rear. There's a chance this could come in Danville's jurisdiction or Junction City's jurisdiction, then there would be the requirement to put in streetlights, interesting enough. It's in the county today, that's why the zone change will go to fiscal court, but it would not surprise me at some point in the future, this gets in a different jurisdiction before we're to the construction phase. And then that changes it again, that if it's in one of those jurisdictions, it'll be required to put in streetlights. So it could be Bull County today, but it could be Junction
Yeah,
City.
My only point of inference is that that it's explained that there's an if there because they're not required to by
The
Bull County
subregs.
subregs.
Mr.
100%.
Chairman, I might suggest we just put a parentheses after the word installed. So street lighting, if installed, parentheses, a contingency based on county, city differences and regulations.
That's why he's the attorney.
That's right.
All right, I like it. So moving on to number 6, we get into a situation where the developer has set a scale of the residence. It says each single-family residence shall have exclusive of garages and porches, a minimum of 1,500 square feet. All residences shall have at least a one-car garage. Number 7 starts to talk about the materials. It says all residences will be built with at least 20% brick or stone, not including foundations. No foundation, weather wall, weather block, or concrete may be left visibly exposed. Foundations must have brick or stone facade. All driveways will be concrete. And number 8 says the development will have no more than 2 additional access points permitted to adjoining properties. I believe there's a property owner in the room. He's masked up back here, but I believe he's in the back. And I think that's, well, we'll see if maybe he's outside. But there's an adjacent property owner that's talked to us about stub streets to the east, and the applicant's showing a stub street to the north into the Park Hills development. Hard to determine today how the stub streets would work this way or where they would be. The whole second phase could be reconfigured. So the wording is set up where there's going to be at least 2 stub streets into adjacent tracks without us specifically saying where those will be, but there'll be at least 2. This concept plan shows 1 stub street to connect to the north. Clearly, if this stays in this configuration, the developer is going to have to make a decision to maybe connect to the adjacent property either by one of those. He could do both. He could do more. But this commitment number 8 says there's going to be at least 2 future connections to the adjacent undeveloped farm tracts.
I read it saying no more than 2. Am I misreading that?
No more than 2 additional.
Yeah, well, no more than 2 additional.
Yeah. So
I'm
this is showing
confused.
1, so there could be up to 2
So
more.
are we talking about 2 plus 1, meaning 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think that's where it's going to be, but he's given that flexibility
But-
that it could be worked out, because there could be adjacent property that doesn't want them.
Yeah, but earlier we talked about that the actual housing that's in that was the only thing that developer knew they were going to do. The rest of it could change. Are you saying that the street in general looks like that, the rest of the area? I've got a conflict in my mind.
Yeah, we don't know what phase, that's a conceptual layout of phase 2. The street configuration could change. Going back to this other exhibit, we'll let Nick talk about that when he gets up here.
Okay.
You can see the layout of these subdivisions. The reason why it's tricky is we have a floodplain,
Yeah.
a drainage issue, and we don't have a developed subdivision here. That other stub streets kind of in this general location with a goal that would line up here with if a street's ever done. And then these farms here and kind of one ownership, one family. So those proposed are here. There could be an opportunity to stub into the south.
And that's what I'm saying, same clarification technique you're referring to on an earlier one. This one here, I would prefer to have a little more clarity on here.
Yep, we can
from what
fix
it said.
that. One interesting thing in the subregs, we're working again on chapters 5 and 6. We're leaning towards, again, we haven't got there and hadn't got to you guys yet. We're going to have a developer discussion at some point. But we have got language in the new standard that requires stub streets into any 10-acre tract that's undeveloped. So in that case, the developer may have to put several in.
Exactly, yeah.
If there's an undeveloped tract, the goal is to put a stub street in unless the adjacent neighbor clearly doesn't want it, and then there's a waiver mechanism there. So that's in the draft subregs. We're coming our way, or your way some point, maybe in the fall, maybe next year. But we're going to address stub streets. The goal is we don't want to see subdivisions with 66 lots with one way in and out. And if we have an opportunity to interconnect adjacent subdivisions, we want that interconnectivity. So I think he's done a good job just showing the conceptual layout and putting the first stub street in. I think the neighbor we've already talked to, he'd like to see some other stub streets into the east side of that property. And so that was worded to try to address that need.
Okay.
That condition actually came after the neighbor talked with the developer about, so that number 9 got added late into the process. And we'll wordsmith that and let him address his goal there. So with that, that's all my notes on the conditions. The page 9 of your staff report, again, talks about the future land use map request from ag to low density, describes what low density is. And by the way, low density is single-family development that's 1 to 5 units per acre. And just as a matter of fact, 68 lots on this proposed acreage would equate to 2.78 dwelling units per acre, which falls within that 1 to 5 units, single-family development proposal. Again, staff items of concern on page 10. My notes were just more project phasing. These were more just notes, so I remembered to talk about the phasing. Primary access, we've talked about the access. And again, compatibility with adjacent neighborhoods are always a concern. And some of the neighbors have called from Park Hills and the other side, just curious, hey, what's happening? We saw the signs, got a letter. And it's typical discussions, what are they going to build? They're going to be the same size as my house, that kind of stuff. So we made that a staff item of concern, although the developers' conditions are in that line or above what's adjacent to some of these properties. With that, Karis, 100-213 is your findings required in the state law for the zone change request. Cookie cutter motions up or down for the flume and the zone change fall on page 11 and 12. I'll be glad to answer any questions, developers in the room, and there could be some neighbors here for or against.
Any commissioners have any questions for the director?
Right, obviously, I guess it doesn't trigger any type of detailed traffic study?
Well, interesting enough, it's a good question, and it's something, it did not trigger a traffic study. I talked to the county engineer. It meets the threshold. 50 lots is our threshold to get a traffic impact study, and this is 66 lots. I talked with Dwayne Campbell, the county public works director. He understands, I showed him this, it's 23 lots. He did not see the need to do the traffic study initially at the 23 lots. He did suggest that if the developer agreed, and you guys were kind of hard on that fact, that there could be a condition that kicks in the option for a traffic study prior to the plating of Phase 2. So he could look at it after Phase 1 is done and what the impact is out there, and the county would like to reserve the right, but they actually have that right anyhow at the plat or the building permit. They could ask for a traffic study at any time. But if you guys wanted to make a condition and lock the developer down, the county engineer, Dwayne Campbell's comment was, it would be of a nature that the applicant would agree to a traffic impact study if required prior to the plating of Phase 2. And then at that point, he could look at it at a future time, and the developer would then have to do a traffic study.
Well, I would like to see that statement in there if Dwayne requires it.
He suggested that. He wasn't hard on that. He really said it's something that he would talk to the developer about at the construction plan phase and see what the impact. But the fact, he said there was just one access point being proposed, and we're right there close to 127. His actual comment was, I'm not really sure what the developer would need to do anyhow if he did a study. Because we got 127 right there, and it's a short run, and we're right at the main highway. So the traffic impact study could be required, but he wasn't exactly sure what would shake out of it.
All right.
And so that's why he wanted to leave it flexible and see what the impact of Phase 1 was, and maybe at that point, we do need to talk about some improvement on 127 or some widening of Old Houstonville Road.
Leave it to his discretion at a later time.
Yeah. It's a condition, if you all see fit, it's fine, it works for us, and we'll let the developer comment on it. I'm sure he wouldn't have an issue with it either. Any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
Thank you, guys.
All right, this time, anyone who wants to speak in favor of the future land use map amendment or the application to rezone the property, please come forward, state your name and address. Thank you.
I'm Nick Dunn. I'm one of the members,
State your address, please.
3485 Old Houstonville Road. I actually live across the street. Just to answer some of the questions that you all talked about, we're agreeable to an impact study, especially if it's after phase one. The discussion about the access points, the intent is to never have any more than three,
Total 3?
total of three. That
Okay.
would include running the right-of-way out on the two cul-de-sacs that are shown there to the east, sort of in favor of a recommendation or a request from Mr. Spoonamore, the adjacent property owner. You know, the intent here is just to provide conveniently located housing to 127. We feel like there's a need in that particular area, you know, and it sort of fits the adjacent properties. So that's really all we've got. We just think the property fits this particular type of development really well.
The access point into this development is old 127. Is that maintained anymore as far as roads?
The county does maintain it. As a matter of fact,
maintain it?
they just patched an area where city utilities had been run across old Houstonville Road right there at the bridge. The county actually came in and maintained or milled out and repaved a strip where they had some utility crossing issues there on old Houstonville Road, so the county does still maintain that.
Did that go beyond Park Hills or just?
I believe it goes to the dead end there,
Okay.
I believe, yeah.
Anybody have any questions? You have any further comments?
No, that's it.
Thank you very much. Any other persons want to speak in favor of the future land use map amendment or the zone change? Hearing none, anyone here want to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we will close this public hearing. Any discussion? Any motion?
Mr. Chairman, I we approve the proposed future of the flume. Based upon the testimony and documents presented here, it's met the intent to amend the flume and request that we include the summary of evidence and testimony presented here, and specifically around item 5, relative to the street lighting. Include those items on there.
And I think we had another condition as well.
It was just the traffic study.
And the traffic study on there. That is correct.
At the request of the county engineer, if
Yes.
he so deemed it after, before the second phase. Is that correct?
Right. I might say, as a condition number 9, platting of Phase 2 or platting of a total of 50 or more lots on the subject property shall require submission of a traffic study.
At the, I mean, that's.
Only if the engineer wants, is that what we're talking about? Okay.
If required by,
It's not, we're not requiring it, we're making sure that it happens if it is.
we're leaving that at the discretion of the county engineer.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
And a couple comments, if that's all right.
If you would, please.
I would say that the proposed use is compatible with surrounding existing residential use. Furthermore, the research bases for the comprehensive plan, the land use map remain sound, and we've not made any move to amend those. And Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'll go ahead and say suggestions I would have for a motion to approve a zone map amendment as well. That the goal of having sufficient land to meet residential needs is promoted by this development. It's consistent with the land use map as amended, and the provision of limited access onto Houstonville Road is also conforms with the comprehensive plan. and that we would incorporate the concept plan as amended. Those are my suggestions for the zone map amendment, should we get to that motion.
Okay, so now we have the flume vote, we have a motion, we have a second, and we have the amendments. Is there, everyone's in favor, you're
I agree.
okay with the amendments?
Yes.
Okay, we have a vote, all in favor? Okay, and unanimous. I guess we need to make note that Commissioner Griffin has left. Okay. All right, so the zone change.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that the
Okay.
zone change be approved
Thank you.
as identified. And it's very similar comments that we were included from our attorney that they include on here. It's consistent with the flume now, and it's consistent with our adopted goals and objectives we want for that area.
Do we need to be any more?
It sounded like Mr. Collier was adopting the comments that I'd made. Some of my suggestions there were for the zone map amendment motion, so.
Yes, I agree with that.
So we have a motion to approve the zone change. And we have a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, the applicant. Number 6, Willie Baker and WA and Patricia Kaufman have filed an application to rezone property.
Yep, all right.
Have at it.
Appreciate everyone sticking with us here. This is a long agenda, and I know most folks are for the last case. We're getting there. I'll go through this case quick, too. And folks are moving around the building, which is how we hoped it would work out. I do want to point out, this is a record agenda. Some of y'all have been on here. I'm not aware we've ever had 17 cases. Our January 20 meeting was pretty big, and this is obviously bigger. These cases just kind of piled in on us, and it is what it is. We're working through them, and we're pretty close to our estimate on time here when we thought we'd get to why most of the folks are here. So I, again, appreciate them sticking with us as we plow through all this stuff. And as you can imagine, there's been dozens of staff hours behind the scenes from July 7th, the filing deadline, through today, which was 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, we processed all the case, got them advertised and whatnot. And Lisa worked on the plat. So appreciate what she does to do all that while I focused on these public hearings. Mr. Baker, Willie Baker, you guys might know Willie. He's a realtor, auctioneer. He filed this application here on 127 in the corner of Noblick Road. This is actually in the city limits of Junction City. W.A. Kaufman property is the property owner. Mr. Baker bought a portion of that, and Mr. Kaufman's property is up here on the corner in Junction City. This is looking at the property from 127 and shows it kind of going up on the hill. What Mr. Baker's doing right now is he's kind of got a consignment auction thing kind of happening with trucks and tractors and equipment. He's doing that under a temporary use process in the ag zone. But the goal here is to get it zoned commercial for future uses, as well as his auction type stuff that he's doing and plans to do. And then the commercial property on the corner that Mr. Kaufman continues to own would be zoned commercial for future development speculation. Initially, the zone change was just 11 acres, Mr. Baker, but Mr. Kaufman decided he'd like to partner in on this, and let's just zone the whole thing at one time. So that's why you see on page 1 of your staff report, there's 2 different property owners, Willie Baker and W.A. Kaufman, that lives on Shelby Street. They're both co-applicants on this zone change. There's a zoning plat that was in your packet that shows the way the property's shaped, kind of got a weird tag. Interesting note, this is Lincoln County down here, and a little part of that county, a piece of that goes into Lincoln County. We don't zone property in Lincoln County. So if this is rezoned, we'll just be zoning the portion in Bull County. The conditions, if recorded, would bound the property, really all of it if it's recorded in the deed, but technically they probably need to be worded where they're just applied to the Bull County section, because we don't have control, obviously, in the neighboring county. This is the zoning map, and you can kind of see there on Knob Lick, there's a cemetery, and we've been working a code enforcement case up here, by the way. We've been down Junction City a whole bunch this summer, about some storage buildings and RVs and on and on and on. So we're real familiar with this part of the city. And you see the railroad track, but this is 127, the Shell station, kind of pretty decent little commercial development in this location. And then we're in this location on the very southern end of Bull County and in the city limits of Junction City on that property. There's the future land use map. As you know, we spent a lot of time with City of Junction City through a map committee revising their entire future land use map prior to them coming back on board. Junction City left P&Z in 2011, came back in the spring of 2020, but we worked on the future land use map in the fall of 2019. Junction City has a brand-new future land use map, and it's general, and it's consistent, and it flows in a pattern that you would think a future land use map would hopefully be, and we spent a ton of time with that committee making a determination along 127 where the splits would be. Pretty obviously, we were going to make it commercial through the committee, but where we would stop that transition into streets as we go all the way up 127. But in this location, it was clearly labeled as future land use map. The city of Junction City, some elected officials participated on that map committee, and we built that map again as recently as the fall of 2019, and this is labeled as future commercial development. That makes this zone change a little different than the prior two, because this does comply with the future land use map directive in the current comprehensive plan. Property again, 16.130 acres. It's agriculture vacant, and you can kind of, all that. Staff report's in a little different order because in this case, we're not looking at future land use map request. It's just a straight zone change. So on page 2, we start with the general development plan and the developer's conditions on page 3. Mr. Baker had not done a zone change of this style nor drafted conditions, so that was new to him. We typically send a model, like here's just a sample in the format. We actually have a recorded format with a heading and signature line that looks the way we wanted in the courthouse, and the developer fills in the 1 through whatever. And we sent him some typical conditions from prior cases, and he pick and chose some kind of topics here and some standards, and that's what you're going to see in 1 through 7. So number 1 says applicant agrees the total building footprint would not exceed 500,000 square feet, no building property 6 stories. Very similar to the commitment that we made on the zone change south of Hardee's for Raymond Float when we zoned all that property behind Hardee's. Pretty big cap on the commercial, but it's not likely it'll be of that nature. But if it's broken to different parcels, a strip center, maybe a big box, small box, those numbers could work. It's probably unlikely you're going to get that high, but basically he put a cap on how much this could be developed out. It could break up in multiple parcels, could stay ag for years, could just be that consignment auction house type thing for a number of years. Just gives a cap and a building cap if it ever is developed very intensely on the bypass or on the 127 South Highway. Number 2 deals with sign heights. The highway business zoning or general business zone, and he's requesting general business zoning, not highway business, general business, because it allows the flexibility to maybe do some other uses in the residential side of things, if that's what you wanted to do. His intention is commercial, but general business is a more flexible district. Signage could be a lot taller, a lot bigger. Mr. Baker limited the signs to 20 feet in height and 100 square feet. So that's a lot shorter and a lot smaller than typically the commercial zone would allow. Basically took the approach to just legislate out one use that could happen in the commercial zone, which is adult entertainment. And that's not shuffleboard or bingo or anything like that. That's adult entertainment is defined by Article 5 of the zoning ordinance, and I'll just leave it there. But none of that stuff's happening there, or could happen. All new expanded building, parking area shall be paved. And then again, another condition related to access. This one's tricky. There's some curb cuts there. The highway is involved. The state would be involved. And if you go back to the property, that shot of the aerial, we got some grade issues that start here. I took the picture just so you could see that, but from this point heading to Lincoln County, we have a wall, fairly solid grade problem. Not sure how future access is even going to work, but there was a general kind of commitment that there could be up to 2 access points on 127 and 1 on Knoblick. Again, another property is retaining a portion of that might need access on that side street. That'd be a City of Junction City issue. Access on 127 be a KDOT issue, and the condition says it'd be worded, it's worded that it would be in coordination with them. All new utilities underground, the applicant agrees be connected to sewer, and then developed within the subdivision regulations. So those are the conditions that Mr. Baker put forward in coordination with Mr. Kaufman. Comprehensive plan review starts on page 8, runs through starts on 5, runs through 8. And again, same stuff, future land use map, how we use it, how we interpret it when we're making zone change requests. That's laid out on 6. And again, he's asking for a zone change from agriculture to general business on the 16.103 acres. No staff items of concern, and again, KRS 100-213, findings of fact required by the state law are outlined on page 8, and then a motion for the zone change, up or down, outlined on page 10 of your staff report. Henry's here if you guys think you need to wordsmith any of those conditions, and I'm not sure if Mr. Baker's here. Oh, he's back here, okay. And Dale Shepherdson from AG is back here, if you guys have any question for him. And again, this is in the jurisdiction of Junction City. If the zone change is successful, this recommendation would actually go to the city of Junction City to ratify by ordinance if the zoning is approved. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. And again, the applicant's back here if you got any questions for him.
Any questions for Steve? None. Does the applicant choose to say anything? Please state your name and address, please.
My name's Willie Baker. I live at 3820 Webster Road, Danville. Obviously, this property, its intended use has surpassed over the years. As the new highway came through, it is beyond its scope of intended use now. Future land use development has already deemed it necessary to change it to commercial property. That's all I have to say about it. If there's any objection, I'd be happy to tell anybody what my intention for it is in the coming years. But the reason I left a minimal amount of conditions on the property is because I didn't really want to limit it at this time. You know, I have kids now. They may not want that property when I'm gone from this old world. So I didn't want to limit that to any one specific type of a use.
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Baker?
Nope.
Is your parking lot already paved?
No, sir.
Because I see the condition is that if you expand the parking lot, you're gonna have to pave that section. Is that what you want to do?
No, sir. I think we had discussed that the parking spaces, if I build a building, I would have to have the parking spaces paved. Is that correct, Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, he's correct on that. Right now, it's an ag track, and he's using it as a temporary use and doing the consignment. If we were developing a consignment auction or certain uses don't always have to be paved, his condition is that all new parking would be paved, and it's assumed that if there was a development on the property with a building, an office, he's going to have to pave the parking space, landscape the parking spaces in accordance with the zoning ordinance. Today, we're okay with the gravel or parking on the grass for the equipment and the sales happening in that kind of rudimentary fashion. But at some point, it formally gets developed, he's going to have to comply with the zoning ordinance for parking, landscaping, and all that other stuff.
Right, and that was actually a question I'd had when we began this process. And he said it was actually geared towards if I built, say, a 10,000 square foot building, 4 parking
Yeah,
spaces per?
You have to meet the parking standard.
Yeah. So I would have to obviously be, within those guidelines.
If you did that, you'd have to come back for us anyway.
Correct.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak in favor? All right. Anyone want to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much. We can entertain a.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment together with and conditioned upon the general development plan conditions submitted by the applicant. Based on the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing, the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the adopted 2017 comprehensive plan as demonstrated by its compliance with both the future land use map, and it is also consistent with the adopted goals and objectives. Therefore, the proposed zoning map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. Further, I request that the motion include the summary of evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
And we have a second. Commissioner Ruby. All in favor of the motion? Unanimous. Thank you. Would you all like to entertain
Mr. Chairman,
a quick break? Short break?
I wonder if you guys might want to take a quick break
We're
so I
just
can notify the
discussing
folks
that.
downstairs.
We're discussing that. Want to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, and at the same time, at your seat, before it gets too loud in here, at your seat, we had a handful of letters or whatnot. Those are at your seat if you didn't get a chance to read them. These are the only letters that were submitted to us. The folks may be here, they might not. We suggested we'd put them at your seat. Additionally, there's been a petition filed, and I'll hand this to Henry. I don't have one copy, and it can get passed around at some point, and it'll probably be introduced by somebody, but there was a petition brought to our office yesterday that we only have one copy. We didn't make copies, and we'll just eventually cycle that through. It involves a cover letter, too.
And this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, let the room reshuffle, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
The letters, if you
So
want.
10 minutes will be 11 o'clock. We will reconvene. Are we gonna keep that door open?
Yeah, there's a few people hanging out there.
All right, item 7 on our agenda, URP Detox LLC and Home Place Manor Services LLC have filed a general development plan amendment on a tract of land containing 1.330 acres located at 1004 Argyle Woods Drive. Steve?
All right, thanks. And appreciate the crowd sticking around and using our downstairs overflow room. I hope that worked out for everybody. This is a different kind of case. I've been here 4 years, come August 1, and I'm not sure we've ever done a general development plan amendment application before this body. Sounds more complicated than it is. General development plan, you just heard a bunch of them. A general development plan is a concept plan or a list of conditions. They're typically put forward with a zone change request, and that's exactly what happened with this application in 2014. And I'm going to explain some of that history here in a second, but this property was rezoned in 2014, but developed prior to that under a different zoning ordinance and threshold. In 2014, a concept plan was put forward that limited the use of this property to assisted living. The developer that's come forward wants to change the development plan. They'd like to put in a drug detox facility, and we'll get into some of that verbiage that they submitted. But in a sense, the developer in 2014, as you just heard in prior cases, locked down the development by way of the general development plan to a specific use, or what we call a specific use category or example of a sub-use category, and said the word assisted living, and I'll show you that on an example. So a lot of people think, just like the prior case, that that means forever. It may mean forever, it may not mean forever. There's a process to amend your general development plan. That's in the law, it's in our book, and I'm going to reference that. There is a process, just like you heard Mr. Baker come in before and say, I'm just going to say this, or Mr. Morgan's case. Those things can be amended. But it's a high bar to do the amendment, and the zoning ordinance lays that out. Your threshold to do such a case is very specific in the zoning ordinance on how you guys have to make findings or approve a general development plan amendment. The general development plan amendment is just a fancy term for conditions or concept plan or whatever got recorded back in 2014 when this was zoned. So there's been a lot of questions. How can they come forward and file an application? Anyone can file an application. We have a process to zone property, change flume, amend development plans, do site development plans, sell tires, variances, conditional uses, you name it. We've got applications for them here in Bull County. And everything's a process, and everything's clearly laid out in our zoning ordinance. So there's an opportunity for any applicant to come forward and change their development plan, assuming they locked one down. It's your all's job to hear all this evidence and make a decision whether the request meets the conditions or the requirements in the zoning ordinance, and I'll point those out. Here's an aerial right off the PVA site. I want to point something out on that. It was kind of interesting when we first started looking at this. This is an assisted living at the tail end of Argyle Woods Drive, 1004. But if you look at the zoning map right there, it's zoned general business, and I'll explain that. It's hard to see the black line right here, but this property shaped looks like kind of a goofy hockey stick. That'd be a wide top of a hockey stick. That's the best way I could describe it there with this little tag. It was thought that this was the shape of the property. In fact, that's how the PVA had it till recently. But during this application filing, pulling the deed, pulling the plat, the property is actually shaped like this. And that comes right off the plat. And then this is a right-of-way where a street ends. And then this is kind of an undeveloped portion of right-of-way. This is Millennium Park. And then there was a parking lot actually developed some point years ago. I talked to the property owner. He said kind of through a handshake deal with the city. This parking lot was developed and this trailhead was developed. It actually sits on the applicant's property in this general location. This is actually right-of-way controlled by the city of Danville. This is city and county property. These are adjacents. But this property that we're looking at right here is shaped like this. The PVA confirmed that and actually corrected this in the PVA record so we could get the right parcel lines in front of you guys. That was not the accurate parcel layout that you see in that
You
configuration.
made a comment about the parking spots?
Yeah.
That's just a handshake to get those in that left-hand
The
corner?
property owner have to confirm. That's years ago stuff,
Okay.
way before my time. The parking was put in there, and it's shaped kind of tied in with the trailhead, but it's on this gentleman's property. Maybe it was, there's no easement on the plat. There were no notes on the plat
Okay.
that dictated shared parking. It's just there. And it's relevant because the development conditions talk about a little bit of change on the property that would clearly, this would need to be addressed with the property owner, the potential buyer, and maybe the city of Danville or something of that nature. Just want to point it out. It's just a weird kind of particular at that point. Henry's passing around that petition. I appreciate him doing that. You guys can glance at that as I'm rambling on up here and look at the petition, and it may come up. Just want to point that out. That's a nice clean error off the PVA's newer website, and shows kind of where the buildings are, where the parking lots are, and on and on. So with that, again, the applicant is URP Detox LLC, and the property owner is Home Place Manor Services LLC out of Lexington. And property size is 1.183 acres. The current zoning is general business, and the existing land use is actually institutional commercial. We'll explain that in a few minutes. The zoning history on page 1 is the big deal. It's pretty cool from our standpoint because we had to pull files and files and files to kind of learn the history of this. I'm not from here, not going to act like I am, but it was pretty easy to figure out how we got to this point in time by pulling these case files that we keep in fireproof file cabinets in our office. And Lisa did a heck of a job pulling the case before the case and all that stuff. But the original zoning of this whole area out here, which is interesting, let's zoom to a different map. Maybe I went the wrong way. There we go. So the original zoning out there of everything we know is Argyle, Lanoc, all that was agriculture. Just like you see, the park's still agriculture, all this area, all this was agriculture. And in 2079, this was rezoned to R1, and this was zoned R3. So all this was R3. R3 actually allowed multifamily, single-family duplex or multifamily. All of this was zoned R1, which, as you know, was developed as our traditional R1, quarter-acre lots, single-family detached development, on and on. But this was R3. So that was in 1979. That's right there in the middle of your staff report, and it was R3. In 2004, Danville adopted a new ordinance, rewrote the zoning ordinance, and changed a lot of terms. R3 became NCC. R1 became actually GRA. The GB that you see there was formerly called NCRC, and lots of name changes happened in 04. But an interesting thing happened in 2004 that I think puts all this together. The assisted living was developed well before 2004. It was in the 90s, and it was developed in a fashion in the old R3 zoning. Because we're talking about 2 zoning ordinances ago when this was developed. And in that time when this was developed in R3, you could do assisted living in the R3 zone as a development. So it was zoned in 79 to R3, which allowed apartments. So that could have been all apartments. That's why it was zoned. No conditions, no concept plan back in those days. Straight zoning, 1979 to R3. 2004, all the terms changed. And then in 2014, the assisted living came to the staff, I guess, at that time, and said, hey, we'd like to expand. And the staff explained that in 2004, assisted living went from a multifamily use option to a straight commercial use. So assisted living became commercial. And the staff said at that time, before I was here, to expand assisted living, you got to zone commercial. It's that simple. You're currently R3. You're kind of grandfathered in as the facility. If you want to expand it, you got to zone it. So in 2014, this was zoned to NCRC, which was a flex district, allowed lots of stuff. And I'll just jump ahead just so we'll see that, because it's kind of interesting in the history. There's the NCRC district that we've now converted to general business. It's a more industry-wide term. But there's what you could do in 2014 under NCRC. You could do commercial uses up to 30,000, hotels, restaurants, drive-throughs, bed and breakfast, multifamily dwellings up to 50. I mean, you could do pretty much what general business allows now, pretty much everything that you guys know of. There were a few exceptions. Again, there's adult retail. Man, what's up with that? No one wants it. Automobile, garages, welding shop, machine. So there were some things you couldn't do, and then there were things that you needed conditional use permits to do. And that happened, and that's interesting because that happened in 2004. The other thing that was interesting in 2004, at that point in time, was the future land use map was commercial. The future land use map was not changed to commercial in 2014 when it was rezoned. The future land use map was labeled in 2007 because assisted living was there. So it's confusing, but it was developed as an R3 product in the 90s, zoned in 14, but the staff at that time, the Planning Commission staff here, when they labeled the future land use map in 2007, well before the expansion, they labeled that commercial. That wasn't changed in 14, but it was a basis of the review in 2014 when it was rezoned. It complied with the future land use map.
And ever since that date, it's still carried assisted living since that beginning?
That's
The term?
That's
Okay.
correct. So the future land use map, again, man, it's a project we need to get on at some point because, again, in the perfect world, if the goal was to not have commercial in a portion of town, then you would hope you would label your future land use map. I think what historically happened here in the prior years, and we'll just blame the Bluegrass ad, why not? They were the mapping agency. But the future land use map is more like an existing land use map. So if something was commercial, it got labeled commercial. It really wasn't labeled what we hope it would be or transition to be, which is what future land use map really should be. And it just sticks out. When you look at the future land use map, it was commercial because assisted living in 2004 became a commercial endeavor, and it was labeled that way. Although it was developed as a residential product in the R3 zone years prior. And then this density right here is moderate density or multifamily. It's developed as, those are condominium developments. They're single-family detached condominiums. That's why the plat looks a little weird. These are all different HOAs and condos, and this is straight R1A zoning. You see Bob Allen's place over here, and low density and agriculture and all kinds of stuff. But the future land use map there was commercial as far back as 2007. It's just curious it got labeled that when it was a residential zoning at that time. But in the staff's mind or the Bluegrass ad, it was a commercial use. And it's carried forward to today. It was relevant in 2014 because that was the basis of the zone change. And right there, just like I planned that, I don't think I did, but let me make sure I got the right exhibit. This is the concept plan that was put forward in 2014 that in this staff's opinion, my opinion, locked this down as a condition. And it's pretty straightforward because it says assisted living, there's the expansion, and there's the purpose statement. So the purpose of the plat is to rezone from NCC to NCRC. Again, we went from a multifamily zone to a commercial zone to allow an expansion of an assisted living. Clearly without numbered conditions, and by the way, this document was not recorded that I'm aware of. It was the exhibit that was part of the 2014 zone change, and it was the concept plan, which in my opinion made this fairly clear cut that it was committed to be assisted living only, and to go forward and change anything else that falls within the gamut of general business or commercial, what anyone would propose, it would require the need to come back before this body, and you guys are final action to amend the general development plan. And that's the type of application that's before you now. So that's a long-winded way to get in to say this is the type of case you've got and why you've got this kind of case. Let me walk you through some other slides in here real quick. Again, that's the aerial. That's the general business rezoning. Again, the NCRC, which allowed all kinds of commercial, we just retitled that in 2020. Kind of allows the same kind of things. We're back to allowing assisted living to be an option in multifamily zones, maybe by conditional use, and we also allowed in commercial zones. Clearly, other assisted livings, Morning Point, one on the bypass, are in commercial or even industrial zones because we allow some flexibility for the bigger facilities to grow. So this really comes down to what the scale is, what everyone thinks assisted living is or isn't, and what the proposed use is or isn't, and whether or not they're compatible, the same, different, or whatever. And that's what all these other folks are going to bring evidence on. The other things I got up here that if anyone wants them by reference, I've got the concept plan from 14. We've got the future land use map again that shows what currently is in the 2017 future land use map, 7, and now the 17, clearly labels this property as commercial. This is the site plan that came into the Planning Commission. You can see it's dated 11/5/14. That one was recorded. You can see it was filed in the courthouse. That's the site development plan, and it looks like they just took the same concept plan. That one was recorded in the courthouse, and again, pretty clear to us that it was committed to be assisted living in 2014. That's a site plan that this body approved back then. These were layouts that, I think that's a GRW logo, I'm not sure, I can't tell. By the way, I got my glasses, good. But this is floor plans, and someone needs to know what's in the building. This was submitted with this application by the applicant, but that's literally what is in the facility currently. Again, the NCRC, when 2014 it was zoned, there's the uses, the verbiage from the zoning ordinance. And then here's some terms, if it comes up. This is some terms in Article 2 that, again, if we get into talking about what uses are what, we have a term called residential care facility. That's a different kind of facility. We have, let me see something. Yeah. We have Article 5 where this is our current way we do zoning. So here's our use chart that shows group living and where it can go and the zoning hierarchy. But here's where we got to kind of split hairs on some terms. A group living facility could be a drug and alcohol rehab, or it could be assisted living. But it's the type of care they get and whether or not the caregivers reside on the property. If the so for example, if something was a halfway house or assisted living, or even let's say a fraternity, and there was a house mom or something, if the service giver or someone's overseeing that resides on the property, then we call that group living. And you can see the C means it's conditional, the P means you can do it, and there's lots of zones. Healthcare facility is really what we're talking about today. If you're group living, assisted living, convalescent home, orphanage, daycare, we can go on uses. But if you're receiving medical care and the people that provide those services don't reside on the property, it's a healthcare facility to us. So whether we're talking about assisted living or detox or rehab or halfway house or fraternity or sorority, our terms are broadly categorized as use categories, and they're residential or institutional. The use types are called specific uses. That's when we get down and start splitting hairs that something's a Petco versus a daycare. The broad terms are broad terms, and that's why we look at them and what's allowed in what zoning district. And then we go all the way down with commercial and on and on. But the other terms right here that are in Article 5, clearly we define what group living is, and it says it's just not a traditional family, how they live, they share space, they eat, they sleep, they may get services, common eating, but it says residents may receive care as long as they reside at the site. That makes it group living, which is allowed in general business if this was amended. So it's really not assisted living or detox, it's really group living, and then a subgroup of is assisted living or detox or something else. And then right there's an example of what group living is. For us, the examples are dormitories, fraternities, sororities, monasteries, convents, group homes for physical or mentally disabled, some residential program. It says some, because again, if the caregivers don't reside there, it kicks us into the healthcare realm of things. Whoops. And then it says some programs for drug and alcohol treatment, halfway, alternative post-transition homes, and some room and boarding houses. So this tells us that it's a group home if it meets that standard. And then when you get into the next category, healthcare, it clearly lays out the similar things. So healthcare could be medical centers, hospitals, outpatient, nursing homes, convalescent home, hospice, assisted living, except if it's drug or alcohol rehab, then again, it could be group living if you're back to the caregivers. So when we talk about these terms in the zoning ordinance, the applicant's asked to amend the general development plan from a assisted living to a drug detox, but the zoning ordinance guidance is it's either a healthcare facility or it's group living, and either would work in the district if you guys made such an amendment to change one use to the other. And again, the developer has to lock down the uses all the way down to call it, a Petco, if that's what they wanted to say. We look at the terms broader, and then our chart tells us where we're allowed to do those, and clearly the general business would allow lots of different things, just like the old ordinance did. So all that stuff's on here in case any of the folks want to reference the zoning ordinance or what's what on these terms. I'm going to go back and put this exhibit up, and then I'm going to roll through the staff report pretty quick and let all these folks get up and tell you what they think, and the applicant too. So page 2 of the staff report, going to look partially familiar, then we got a really important paragraph we got to go over here real quick. Page 2 talks about general development plan review. And Article 310.3E, you heard this mentioned earlier, basically says as a condition of granting a zone change, you guys are required to get a general development plan. It's not a zone change, but it's still relevant because this is the chapter about general development plans. It says you all can get them. You got one in 14, and one's being proposed to be amended today. Article 311.2 basically says that that's supposed to be in a form, again, recorded in the courthouse. So whatever happens today, if something's changed, we need it in a format that's not like this, but would be something that we could literally put in the courthouse in a recordable document, hopefully in an 8.5 by 11 format behind a land use certificate that go in a deed book. But it's section 311.7 is really at the heart of this application, and it's how we amend general development plans. This paragraph did not exist in our zoning ordinance till 2020. Again, I'm not sure we ever had a case like this. It was possible to do this. We had no guidance in our ordinance on how we do it. There just been an application to change it, and you guys would have probably looked at the comp plan, looked at the future land use map, called it a day. We put a very specific provision in here on how you amend a general development plan, and we bumped the bar up a little bit to make it really kind of hard to do, because the goal here is that if someone comes forward and puts a general development plan, let's say today, like Mr. Morgan did, and then 6 months from now, he comes in and says, you know what, I might want to change that. I think we owe it to the community, neighborhoods, whatever, to push the bar on up. If you want to come back and change your development plan, you need to prove to us why, and you need to make sure it's justified, just not kind of the bait and switch that we come back and change it every 6 months till we eventually get the use we want. You know, a developer could say, hey, I'll commit to 62 lots, and he comes back and bumps it up to 70, he comes back and bumps it to 80. We've made this paragraph on purpose that if you're going to do this, you guys have a real clear finding you have to make, and kind of the burden on the applicant's pretty high under the state law, or our law, I'm sorry. So 311.7, and I'm going to read some of this to you. It says amendments to an enacted general development plan to an approved general development plan shall require the approval of the planning commission. It's a shall. Again, doesn't go to the city of Danville, doesn't go, I've heard all kinds of, hey, this will go here, go there. You guys are final action on an amendment to a development plan. They come in as conditions on a zone change. The zone changes go to the city, but the development plan is your all's jurisdiction here as far as amendment goes. And it says shall be approved by you. Paragraph starts on page 3, and this thing's huge, and I want to read it. I'm not going to read that whole paragraph because there's a lot of verbiage about how we do these and how we process them and all that. But there's the last sentence is big here. It says an amendment to any proposed general development plan shall be approved only if the proposed amendment remains consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. Stop right there. So what you all have to do is you have to review this request from assisted living to detox. Did it comply, that it's still consistent with the comprehensive plan? So that book's like this thick. It's got a lot of stuff in it. It's also got a future land use map in it. It's got goals, objectives, policies, chapters, on and on. The applicant has to prove to you that they're consistent with that. And then it says, and upon the finding, and there's an A and a B. So unlike a zone change where you have to prove you're complying with just the comprehensive plan, the developer here has to prove they comply with the comprehensive plan, and they have to prove one of these things, A or B. They go hand in hand. Let's start with B first. It sounds weird, I'm gonna jump down there, but it doesn't apply, and I want to show you why. B says there have been developed physical conditions would not permit the development of the property in question in accordance with the general development plans being amended. Clearly, that one only applies if I zoned my property and I hadn't built my Walmart yet, and something's happened, and I want to come back to you and say, guys, I can't do the building like this. I'd like to change my plan. Something's happened physically on the property. Maybe it's drainage, maybe it's a road, maybe it's sewer. So B lets the developer come back and say, I want to change my plan because something's happened, hadn't started yet. Obviously, that doesn't apply in this case because it's already built. A is the other that has to happen by the applicant. And it says there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area of the property in question, which were not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the development plan, which is being amended. So that's, some of y'all are new on here, but that's what we call the old major changes argument. It's in the state law, and what we did is package these things together. So in a zone change request, you have to prove you're in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and the law says the planning commission has the authority. If you can't do that, you guys can make a major changes argument or hear a major changes argument of this nature, and the developer could argue, can't meet the comprehensive plan, but let me prove to you this other thing. State law says developer has either option, y'all have either option. What we did with the amendment to development plan, we said, they got to do both. You got to do both. So to come back and amend this plan, you got to prove you're consistent with the comprehensive plan, and you got to make that major changes argument that's an economic, physical, or social nature. That's not for me to determine, that's for the applicant to prove, and the folks that are here against it. And it's interesting to note, the folks that are here against it, that's their challenge to prove to you that the developer hasn't done this, and the developer's challenge to prove that. All the other stuff that we may hear really flows down to that one sentence and that item A. And funny enough, that's cookie cuttered right into those motions. That's the type of finding you have to make, up or down, is right there. All the other stuff about what's what and what we think and what we think might happen, it flows right into those two sentences. That's really what you guys have to do as a body here to amend the general development plan today or any time in the future. So with that, page 3, the applicant submitted a narrative. It's long, it's detailed, it's good. We didn't change a sentence of it. There's a few typos in there that our attorney pointed out. But when the applicant submitted the narrative, it starts on page 3, and it runs down through the top of page 6 where you see some typical work shifts. That's what we got in the narrative initially when this was filed. And the staff contacted the applicant and said, well, you guys, that's not really a general development plan. A general narrative about your operations and who you are and how you do rehab, it's good stuff, it's good for the board, but we need to know what's being substituted with what. And we suggested they pull out some technical things out of that narrative that feel like general development plan conditions. Like, for example, if it's a 40-bed facility, then say we're saying it'll be a 40-bed facility. So the applicant came back at our urging with some conditions that we think then are typical of a case of this nature, so you guys could actually compare concept plan from 14 with proposed conditions from 2021, and you guys can make a determination whether that fits. The first condition we suggested they do there on page 6 was obviously we need a condition that repeals the prior stuff. If this thing was to go forward, we'd have 2 things in the courthouse, and in the future, if we ever amend general development plans, we always need a cookie cutter condition about repealing the prior approvals. And that was our suggestion. The rest of the stuff, they pulled right out of their narrative. Somewhere in that narrative, you're going to see similar sentences. We just said group them in a section and tell us and confirm to us that's your concept plan or your conditions. They sent us back and titled that Part 4. So that came back in the narrative. What starts at the bottom of page 6, national and local statistics, that was submitted later, and that the applicant submitted to comply with the item A that I just laid out in the zoning ordinance. At some point, we said, hey, guys, part of your challenge is you've got to give the planning commission something on this major changes argument, and they then came back and filed or submitted to us what you see on page 6 and page 7, and I won't go through all that. I'll let the applicant address that through the top of page 8. Page 9 is that concept plan. It's right there on the slide. That, again, is the 2014 approval. That's the basis of this process. And then page 9 through 13, again, there's several attorneys here, I think, and we've talked with all of them. As you all know in the staff report, we try to pull the stuff that we think is relevant for you as your staff. We went through the whole comprehensive plan, at least the goals and objectives. Really, I went through every chapter, 2 through 10, and this is really the only stuff I could find that fits a case like this on either side. And it's the typical goals and objectives that you guys see. The future land use map verbiage that we've just heard 3 or 4 times earlier clearly is in play in a case like this. And then the development review provisions obviously are in play for a commercially zoned property or future. Those are obviously still relevant. But there's not a lot of stuff in our comprehensive plan about assisted living or drug rehab or as you imagine, our comprehensive plan is kind of broad and fluffy from the goals and objectives. But I went through the whole document, just found anything I thought sort of fit. And by the way, some of those goals and objectives were the same things that were used in 2014 to make the approval in conjunction with future land use map. So they're relevant from that standpoint too. So with that, I didn't read anything too verbatim through here because I wanted to just give you an outline. Our staff items of concern are listed on page 13. Again, I made 2 bullets there, project compatibility and commercial future land use map designation. they're not really major concerns as far as me as the planning staff. I thought they were relevant because clearly this type of discussion is about compatibility. And I put the word project on there because it's really about Project A becoming Project B. There's still a compatibility argument, I'm guessing, that folks want to make about a broader range. But as we mentioned earlier, the way we look at compatibility is it either matches the surrounding use or it can be mitigated or buffered or designed to make it compatible. So that's the challenge of this request is we're right back to the developer's conditions. Do they do the things they need to do to make the request? And B, do they achieve the compatibility when we're changing from one use to another? And then, of course, the commercial flume designation is still a staff item of concern because it's still commercial, not only zone, but commercial future land use, and that opens up a broad gamut of things. However, it's still locked down as assisted living by way of the 2014 concept plan. So that's all my stuff. It's been a long day. I'm going to step out and head lunch. No, I'm just kidding. I'll stick around. I'm ready, though. Anyhow, cookie cutter motions on page 14, up or down. Wordsmith a little bit different to deal with that section 311.7 that is a requirement for you all to make a finding to amend the general development plan. Henry's over there and can help you if you guys get to that point in this process on a motion, one way or the other. And there's a ton of folks here that I think want to talk. There's folks I think maybe all sides for and against. I think there's attorneys, maybe one or two or more represent maybe opposition and maybe for the applicant. Not sure where the applicant's at. The applicant here? I don't know the applicant personally. They're from out of town. They've called me a bunch and they said they'd be here, but I don't know them. And that's an interesting situation. I don't.
Steve, we could take a brief recess and try and reach them. We can't proceed with their absence.
They were flying in from California, Florida, and then the property owner lives in Lexington. And I talked to him yesterday about being here. But there's so many bodies here. I'll just jump back. They might be in the hall.
Good morning, Commissioners.
State your name and address, please.
I'm Stephen Dexter on behalf of the City of Danville Board of Commissioners. We use City Hall as the address, 445 West Main. Thank you. As you know, this is the applicant's hearing. We would respectfully request the hearing be held based upon their written application before you. You can see the grave inconvenience it would cause the host of citizens that are not in this room, but additionally in the basement to delay it any further. The application should speak or stand on its own. Whether they choose to speak in favor of it or against it is their own personal choice. And we would ask that the hearing proceed expeditiously now without recess. I mean, I can't imagine an issue of this magnitude that an applicant would have the lack of respect for the people's time in this chamber to not appear or at least make a statement that they're going to be late. And I don't think there's any law prohibiting you from proceeding today in the absence of the applicant. They've submitted the application. Whether they choose to appear and give further testimony is on there.
I don't think we have any intentions to not proceed. I think
Sure.
maybe we may or may not take some time to contact them.
Sure. Well,
see
good.
where they're about, but
Great.
I don't think we have any intentions, speaking strictly for myself, of not proceeding. We have it before us, they've been informed, so we will proceed. It's whether or not we give them 5 or 10 minutes.
Very good.
Like
Thank you.
they are.
We do need to allow him time to see if he can identify where they are at through
Certainly.
messages, instructions. That would be most appropriate.
I think
Mr. Chairman, to that end, Mr. Hunter just stepped out to reach out to him. So, yeah.
I assumed
Oh,
that
yeah.
as much, so. We'll give him 5 minutes, 10 minutes, contact them. If they're in transit, that's one thing. If not, we will move forward. Put your headphones on and lean back.
I'm Virginia Darren, 1020 Argyle Woods.
We're not having public comment this time.
We're actually on the
They're 2.5 hours late, not 5 minutes late. We were all told this started at 9.
I've been here the entire time, man. I'm well aware of that. And there will be no clapping during any of the presentations. We're going to stop that also. We're here to have a very respectful discussion. And we're going to keep it that way in light of some of the other things that have been going on in the city meetings. We're not going there today. We're going to respect everyone. attention, please. Our council has a recommendation before the board.
We're reconvening now. We talked about this out in the hall. Our bylaws don't speak to the circumstance of an applicant not showing up. In the order of business, they talk about the applicant shall present their case, but I don't think it doesn't prescribe a protocol for when we have this circumstance. Kentucky law says that when there's a zone map amendment hearing or something along these lines, there's an entitlement to a trial-type hearing. You can cross-examine those who speak against you. Arguably, that opportunity is being presented. You know, if the applicant were here, they would be able to cross-examine and have that trial-type hearing. Our usual practice, and this doesn't happen very often, but our usual practice is to table it for one meeting, and if they don't show up the next time, then to go ahead and deny it. We have some indication that the applicant is backing away from this application. We don't have a written confirmation of withdrawal. I know that the opposition is pressing for the opportunity to go ahead and have a hearing and seeks your vote of denial on this matter. I think the chairman prescribed that same course of action, and I think you're entitled to do that. If I don't believe that I have any reason to discourage you from doing so, but we'll leave it up to the commission as to how you proceed on this, whether you table it or whether you go ahead and proceed. And I think that would be a matter for a commission vote. Any questions?
Questions?
So are you saying that we have the option of either proceeding on, or we have the option to table it for another meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what it comes down to?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is fully up to our decision-making?
Yes, ma'am. And proceeding on would be a hearing. I would encourage you to hear the testimony of those who are here today in order to have a basis for whatever decision you reach if you proceed on.
Yeah, let me get that clear. So any decision we make, even if we proceed without the individuals here, our decision still stands. And they can't come back and say we weren't here to make our case and they question our decision based on the fact that they weren't here.
They could certainly make the argument that that they were not here and not able to present their case, but they had fair notice of it. They control the application. They set the date of this matter. So I'm not saying that they won't later say we weren't given a fair chance, but it would seem to me that they were given a fair chance.
Prior to this morning, did they give you any indication that this was not going to stand as an application?
I talked to them yesterday. They said they were flying out of California, Florida, and wherever else to be here today. I just called them on the phone and did not get the property owner. Went to voicemail for both folks, and then got the applicant the second time around, and he said, we're not there. He didn't really say much. I said, you know, well, that heads up would have been good. And said, we're in the middle of the hearing, and that's where we're at. And, you know, if you're withdrawing the application, we needed something in writing or something, and
we don't have it.
They have not withdrawn the application.
Formally, they have not withdrawn the application.
We need a motion.
I move that we proceed with the hearing.
We have a motion to proceed with the hearing. We have a second. We have a vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. We will proceed with the hearing. Okay, at this point, we will ask the applicant to represent their case. No applicant. If anyone wants to speak in favor of the general development plan amendment at this time, please come forward, state your name and address. Okay, seeing none, at this point, would the representative for the neighborhood and the city of Danville come forward, state your name, address, and address the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Stephen Dexter, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Danville, I'll assume that the applicant's case in chief is closed and the opposition is now ready to proceed. As an owner of Millennium Park, immediately adjacent to 1004 Argyle Woods Drive, the City of Danville Board of Commissioners voted unanimously at its meeting on June 28, 2021, to declare its firm opposition to the General Development Plan amendment submitted by the applicant, URP Detox and Home Place Manor Services, with specific instructions for me as legal counsel to make known its opposition at this public hearing on its behalf. The City of Danville zoning ordinance clearly requires that any amendment to a general development plan be approved only if the proposed amendment remains consistent with the adopted comp plan and that there's been the major changes argument of any physical, social, or economic nature that has been previously described by your staff. The applicant submits on its application that there have in fact been major changes of social, economic, or social nature within the area in question, but fails to argue any point to that in their narrative. Therefore, the standard of review for the request rests solely on whether or not the applicant meets its burden in proving that major change and also compliance with the comp plan. Ironically, their narrative and application doesn't tender one piece of evidence to support either of the two standards required by them by law. So the City of Danville contends that the applicant not only fails to meet the burden of proof, but fails to address it entirely in its application. Because there's not one piece of evidence proffered to prove their allegation of either of those facts, the city would contend that it be denied on its face for failing to meet its burden of proof. It's inconceivable that an application of this magnitude to change the land use as proposed would fail to even address a burden of proof which squarely rests on their shoulders. So again, the city asks that it be denied on that basis alone. However, for the sake of argument, I think it's important for the people and for the record to build the fact of why the 2 points that they are required to prove are failed to be met. It's clearly incompatible with the comprehensive plan, and there have been no major changes as required by law. So, despite the applicant's inability to show consistency with the comp plan, your executive director has attempted to pull portions of the comp plan out for your consideration in his staff report. However, none of them serve to prove any type of compatibility with the comp plan. And furthermore, it isn't the role of staff to try to prove compatibility with the comp plan. That's the applicant's burden, not staff's. The stated goal of the General Development Plan is to, quote, create a framework to manage growth and promote sustainable, balanced, and here's the key, predictable patterns of land use. The amendment before you is in no way, shape, or form a predictable pattern of land use. The applicant seeks to take a long-term care assisted living facility that's residential in nature into a short-term medical center. The two uses show little commonality, and the proposed use is dramatically different than the current use. Again, it's not within the character of the city's landmark park and the highly residential area that surrounds it. Nothing in the area has short-term commercial use, and the requested amendment is very unpredictable in pattern, and it's contrary to the stated goals and objectives in the comprehensive plan. A stated goal for economic development is to provide a growing, diverse economic base for the community and encourage development and growth by providing adequately zoned areas for commercial development. The city fully acknowledges that the applicant's good faith effort to show a positive impact on the local economy through the creation of jobs is true, possibly. However, the proposed location is the issue, and it's clearly compatible with their request. The goal could, in fact, be met in another area of town that's more than adequately zoned, but the placement of this type of short-term medical commercial living facility is not compatible with the long-term residential nature of the park and the neighborhood. There are not any environmental goals or objectives met by this amendment, and despite staff's report that the housing goal of providing an adequate supply of decent, safe, affordable housing for citizens at all income levels is misplaced, as the proposed use does not meet that objective more than any hotel would for that nature. It's clearly short-term medical treatment and is not residential by any way, shape, or form of the definition. At first blush, the community facilities goal and objective of encouraging and supporting affordable local health facilities may be argued for the amendment, but it quickly withers upon further investigation at this location. The city, again, does not dispute the need for the types of services in the community and the region provided by the applicant, but simply that the location of where the services are rendered, being a park and neighborhood, are inappropriate. A short-term residential medical facility undermines the community facility of Millennium Park and furthermore creates a negative impact on the neighborhood and the city as a whole. There is, in fact, a clear land use objective that says we should, quote, limit adverse impact of commercial development on residential areas, which is directly on point in this case and should be used in the stated reasons of why the proposed amendment is incompatible and with the comprehensive plan and should be denied. Another objective under the land use goal is to, quote, respect the character of existing neighborhoods by encouraging that new development and redevelopment will only conform to the existing context. The proposed general development plan amendment before you does not respect the character of the existing neighborhood and park and does not conform to the context of the neighborhood setting and should therefore be denied. When the most recent expansion of the current long-term care facility was approved in 2014, the minutes from that meeting state that it was appropriate at that time because of these three reasons. One, the request agreed with the housing objective in the goals and objectives section that encourages and supports efforts to construct and maintain affordable housing for the elderly. Two, that the current volume of traffic in the area is low. And three, the proposed use of was a good transition to the adjoining park. Ladies and gentlemen on the commission, none of those are appropriate for the amendment that are before you today and can be used honestly to support it. The amendment is clearly incompatible with the surrounding area and inconsistent with the stated goals and objectives of the comp plan. In another location, the proposed use may very well be appropriate due to the demand for the services in the region, but it certainly isn't compatible or appropriate for 1004 Argyle Woods Drive. Furthermore, the city contends that there have been absolutely no major changes whatsoever to any economic, physical, or social nature within the area. So based on the foregoing, the Board of Commissioners of the City of Danville respectfully requests the Planning Commission to deny the General Development Plan Amendment application of URP Detox and Home Place Manor Services, LLC, as they have failed to meet their burden under the law. The city strongly contends that the proposed amendment is inconsistent with the stated goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, and there have not been any major changes of any sort to the area. I want to further offer that the suggested motions of your staff are a bit misplaced in their reliance upon the future land use map, which is clearly not part of the standard of review in the ordinance before you. It's merely one part of the comp plan as a whole, as you know. Therefore, I would request that there be a third suggested motion on the table for your consideration today, which more specifically adheres to the legal requirements ordained by ordinance. My suggestion would be as follows, and then I'll close. I move that we deny the proposed General Development Plan Amendment based upon the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing because the applicant has failed to prove that there have been major changes of any economic, physical, or social nature within the area of the property in question, which were not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the original development plan. And furthermore, that the amendment is inconsistent with the comprehensive goals as an unpredictable pattern of land use. It undermines the integrity of the neighboring park and has an adverse impact on the residential area. With that, I'll close, and I would ask that the record reflect this, not only testimony, but the written report, which I will hand to staff, and so you can circulate for consideration of that third proposed amendment. Thank you for your time and consideration of the matter.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. I am Christopher Clendenin with the law firm of Murphy and Clendenin. I represent, as you can see on the PowerPoint presentation, I'm getting ready to hand out a packet for you so you don't have to turn and stretch your necks. The majority of these people in the room that are from Argyle, Argyle Woods, and Atlantic neighborhood, and they are in opposition to this. If you'll give me a second, Kyle, can you pass these out to these folks? Thank you. I will be brief. Mr. Hunter and Mr. Dexter have touched on most of the stuff in my presentation, so I will do my best not to tread over ground that's already been laid out for you. But just briefly in review, the subject property here is at Argyle Woods Drive. It's situated in a residential neighborhood, and it's currently zoned general business. It's a little over 1 acre. The existing land use is institutional commercial, and the current property owner is Home Place Manor Services, LLC. Now, summary of the request is the applicant is here, or if they were here, proposes to amend a previously adopted general development plan on the tract of land that's the subject of this hearing. The present general development plan is for assisted living specifically. The proposed amendment is for a residential treatment detox facility. Now, as Mr. Hunter touched on, this goes to the heart of the zoning ordinance, specifically this article in the zoning ordinance, Article 311S, amendments to an enacted general development plan. So as you all have been informed, this is really not a zone change. This is specifically an applicant is here saying, okay, we have this general development plan that's in existence for this property. We want to do something different. We're proposing to amend it. In order to have that happen, the applicant has the burden of coming before this body and doing the following. They have to submit an application that contains the signature of all property owners necessary to convey fee simple title to the land within the tract or phase that is subject to the general development plan. So without being too wordy, I'll kind of dumb that down for myself as well. The people that own the property have to be able to convey the property in the signature. The standard is if I own it, I'm the one who's signing the application here and asking the Planning Commission to give me the amended deal. That's part of what they're required to do, and I'm going to get to that. In addition to that, any amendment to the approved general development plan will only be approved if it remains consistent with the comp plan. And they have to make 3 findings, and these were touched on by Mr. Hunter. I agree with him that B doesn't apply because this facility has already been built. But I do want to discuss C, which wasn't touched on, in addition to A. Okay? B doesn't apply. I think C applies, and here's why. Here's a copy of the deed, or part of the deed. It previously was owned by Paul R. Pfister and Rhonda Pfister as husband and wife. They conveyed the property to Home Place Manor Services, LLC. The application is signed by Mr. Pfister alone as the property owner. Mr. Pfister doesn't own the property. Home Place Manor, LLC does. I know I'm a lawyer here and I'm being technical, but this is what your zoning ordinance says, so I need to point this out. You all can rule otherwise if you'd like, but I think this does apply here. Now, the LLCs are creatures of statute. They're entities that the state, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, allows people to form, and they have to follow the statutory guidelines that have been enacted by the Kentucky General Assembly. One of which here is specific to this: transfer of property held in name of company, except as provided in subsection 2 of this section. Property of the LLC held in the name of the LLC may be transferred by an instrument of transfer executed by any member. So you could have members are people who own in a limited liability company. So it's possible that one member who's so authorized in the name of the company could sign a deed conveying the property. But the key phrase here is so authorized. I looked through the application. I was given a copy of the application from Mr. Hunter. I didn't see any authorization saying that Mr. Pfister is authorized on behalf of the limited liability company to transfer this property or sign on behalf of this property. So if that's the case, finding Part C of this ordinance is also not met. Sale of, and here's another reason why, sale of assets other than in the regular course of business. Right now, it's an assisted living. The limited liability company is not doing something here as part of this amendment that's the normal course of business. Essentially, what they're saying is we want to go out of business. And so the way that this is written, except as otherwise may be provided in a written operating agreement, the limited liability company may sell, lease, exchange, or otherwise dispose of all or substantially all of its property with or without goodwill, otherwise and in the usual and regular course of business, meaning outside of the regular course of business, on terms and conditions for the consideration determined by a majority in interest of the members. So that means it could be one member. If it's one member of the LLC, then that's a majority. If it's two, then it would take two. If it's three, then it would be 2 out of 3. Okay? Here's a piece of case law. You couldn't get away from this with a lawyer being here. So in the context of LLCs, membership equals ownership. That's the law in Kentucky. Right here is the annual report filed by Home Place Manor Services, LLC. It says the members are Rhonda Pfister and Paul Pfister. So there's 2 members, as far as I can tell. Now, all of this stuff contained in an operating agreement, which I haven't seen, and maybe it exists, they didn't provide that. So my argument here is this, is that letter C, majority of the people, all of the people necessary to transfer the property have not signed the application. In order for that to be true, there would have to be Mr. Pfister in his capacity as member, not signing as himself. Mr. Pfister as member, here's my authorization, or Rhonda Pfister and Paul Pfister. So in addition to A, which I'm getting ready to talk about, B that doesn't apply, I think C applies here. And so the sheer fact that they don't meet the requirement under the zoning ordinance for item C gives you the opportunity to deny this and say that they don't make their burden. But, so let's move on to A, and that's been touched on a lot. Major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area of the property in question. In support of this requirement, the applicant cited a lot of statistics in the United States and a lot in the state of Kentucky about drug use. Now, I'm willing to concede that there's a drug problem in the United States, and unfortunately, there's a drug problem in the Commonwealth. And you see these statistics. I read through these. I saw some. I have no doubt that they're at least accurate. They may be skewed a little bit to make everybody afraid, but it is what it is. So, but this really doesn't relate to what the statute requires. It just says Kentucky has a drug problem universally. It's not specific to Boyle County. It's not specific to Danville. It's not specific to this neighborhood. In fact, from what I can tell, even though I don't live in this community, I met with a lot of these neighbors, spent some time there, saw things. The only thing that's been a major change since the development is that there's been some additional construction on Argyle Woods Drive and some new multifamily housing. I believe that that's it. It's condos or duplexes or townhomes. And that's the only thing that's changed in the neighborhood since 2014, from what I can tell. So the drug statistics may or may not be true. They really don't meet the burden, as Mr. Dexter pointed out, of the requirement of item A in the zoning ordinance. Okay, this is the surrounding property. I circled as best I could. You see that weak circle in red? That's the subject property. This is the surrounding property. Now, for the most part, my experience in zoning is that if you were to go into this neighborhood, you would find that the neighborhood itself is fairly well buffered from the train tracks that are behind this and the either major or minor arterial road that runs wherever the Bob Allen dealerships are, that road, you have to go down that road in order to enter on Argyle Woods Drive. So it's, the neighborhood itself is fairly landscaped to the point where it provides a nice buffer from the train and anything else on the other side of those tracks, in my opinion. But this subject property is part of the neighborhood. And nothing inside of this community, and like I stated before, has really changed in the last 6 years. So it doesn't meet A, and they have not met their burden in proving that these changes have occurred of a social, economic, or physical nature. Now, in addition to meeting the requirements in that zoning ordinance, they also have to show that this amendment is consistent with the comp plan. It says proposals, and I picked this part out because I think it applies because it deals with compatibility. And I got to tell you, what was being proposed is just not compatible with this neighborhood. This is what this neighborhood is. If you look at this, this is the zoning. All that R1A is single-family residential homes. Then RM2 is two-family, and then RM3 was the multifamily that I mentioned previously. And the ag is the park. Then you've got that little random general business that's there. I'm not sure how that ever happened, but it is what it is. It's there. But even if you take that and look at that, the assisted living that's there is vastly different than what's being proposed, if you just think about it for what they're saying the uses are. The assisted living, there's people that live there. They're not in there for 2 weeks and then they're gone after they've been treated. This is where they're living. They live there. They're not in a skilled nursing facility, but it is assisted living. This is where they live. This is their residence. They need assistance with daily activities of life, but they're part of the neighborhood. The difference in this is, here's what's being proposed by the applicant to make it quote-unquote compatible with the residential neighborhood. So I'm going to read these because to me they're just stunning. Clients are screened pre-admission to determine if they are a flight risk. Clients are searched. Clients have no access to their wallets, keys, or cell phones. Clients cannot have access to their personal vehicles. Clients cannot have outside visitors. A wall is going to be constructed to prevent the people who are here from leaving. There's going to be a locked gate. There's going to be head counts of the population inside the facility every 15 minutes. And there's going to be pretty high-level, supposedly, security cameras installed inside and outside, monitoring inside the facility and outside the facility 24/7. Now, to me, you could kind of, I don't want to make light of this, but it's almost like you could substitute the word inmates for clients. And this just doesn't belong in this neighborhood. This is the neighborhood. Here's some pictures. These are some nice single-family homes, multifamily homes. There's a park where kids play. More parts about the surrounding property. This is just, this detox with this level of security is just randomly out of place. It's not compatible with the existing neighborhood, and it's totally out of character with the existing neighborhood. Now, just as a summary to conclude, The reasons you should deny this, aside from the fact that the applicant didn't even bother to show up for their own hearing, fails to comply with 311.7C with the proper signatures necessary to convey the property and the proper documentation in order to do so, fails to comply with 311.7A. It doesn't demonstrate major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area of the property in question. And this is not consistent with the comp plan, because it doesn't respect the character of the existing neighborhood under the land use goals and objectives. It's totally out of character. That's my presentation. I am here, and if you need to, I'm happy to answer any questions. I do know, because we are building a record, there's probably 4 people who are part of the people I'm representing who briefly want to speak to some things in front of the commission, but until you want to get to that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Clendenin?
Clendenin.
Clendenin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Not seeing any.
Okay.
Anyone else who wants to speak in opposition, please come forward and state your name and address.
My prepared script says good morning. I will change that to good afternoon. My name is Ed Enslin, and I live at 1070 Argyle Woods Drive. I am the president of our homeowners association, which consists of 18 units on the Maple Avenue end of Argyle Woods Drive. Of these 18 units, 11 of them are occupied by single females, and the vast majority of our residents are over 50 years old. There are 2 issues I would like to address today. The first being the narrow streets of Argyle Woods Drive and Lenox Drive, both being narrow residential streets that end right in front of the assisted living facility. Both of these streets are so narrow that it is hard for a car to even pass if anyone is parked on one side of the street, much less trying to navigate around a commercial delivery vehicle. Neither of these streets were ever intended to be a commercial thoroughfare. The proposed facility spokesperson stated in the paper that they would have no more than 14 daytime employees. I find this statement suspect, since that is exactly how many parking places the facility currently has. When you consider food service, housekeeping, medical staff, administrative staff, and so on, 14 employees does not seem to be an adequate amount for a 40-bed facility. Additional staff would have no choice but to park on the street, creating a bottleneck and a dangerous situation. My second concern is the elderly. In September 2013, Where to Retire magazine listed Danville as one of the top 100 places to retire. In 2011 and 12, CNN Money magazine ranked Danville among the 25 best places to retire in the United States. Bankrate Inc. named us as one of 10 great places to live, and Best Boomer Towns continues to rank us among the best 21 U.S. places for retirement. Danville's retirement population has exploded. As such, there is a need for assisted living facilities such as Parkview to be available as the retirement population ages and requires 24-hour care. Now, I have no reason to doubt that the company will attempt to provide the very best safety and security for the residents and the neighborhood. but that will not remove the fear, anxiety, and sleepless nights from the elderly people and anyone that lives in close proximity to this facility. I truly believe that if this facility is approved, many of our residents and other people in the surrounding neighborhoods will no longer use the park. No one in our neighborhood denies the need for more drug treatment facilities, and we will pledge our efforts to help this company, if they are interested in coming to Danville, find a more suitable location, not just more suitable for them, but suitable for us. And in closing, this is new to a lot of us, and we've heard a whole lot about compatibility today. It is my prayer that compatibility will be your guiding light. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition? Please state your name and address.
My name is Erin Ring, and I live at 101 Aberdeen Drive. I live approximately 300 feet from where the proposed facility will be located. I grew up in the Lenox neighborhood, and when my husband and I decided to move back to Danville from Lexington over 8 years ago, moving back into Lenox just seemed like a natural decision. Lenox is a good neighborhood, low neighbor turnover. It's in an excellent school district. It's located near Millennium Park, and it conveniently has one entrance onto the US 127 bypass and a second entrance onto Maple Avenue to go towards downtown Danville. Unfortunately, with the convenience of two entrances accessing separate parts of town, Lenox has an increased traffic flow that I feel confident other neighborhoods don't experience. As the mother of a 3-year-old daughter and expecting a second child in January, the traffic flow is already a concern to me. With the proposed development plan change to a detox rehab facility, I am worried about the increased traffic flow this will produce due to increased staffing and residents. Not only will Lenox residents continue to endure everyday commuters that use our neighborhood as a cut-through, but we will also have to share our neighborhood streets with an expanded commercial facility. My daughter, like most children, loves to play outside and go to the park. One of her favorite activities is to take our dog Henry to the park while we visit the different playgrounds. Most times that we go, it is my daughter, our dog, and myself only. It is already enough of a task to get a 3-year-old and a 70-pound dog into the park safely, but having to maneuver everyone into the park with a potential increase in traffic as well as increased activity at the proposed facility would be a nightmare. Like I said previously, being close to Millennium Park was one of the attractions to moving back into Lenox. I'd hate to not be able to continue to enjoy this amenity with my family because I don't feel that we can safely enter the park. We aren't the only family that uses the park access directly in front of the proposed facility. The entire neighborhood takes advantage of its convenience. I would hope that one day, several years from now, my daughter can enter the park and ride bikes with friends like I used to do as an adolescent. And my fear is that with the increased traffic and proposed facility activity, this won't be something she will get to experience. My daughter is a very observant, inquisitive child. She notices everything and misses no opportunity to question everything. With that being said, I'm concerned about the appearance of the proposed facility. If on our walks to Millennium Park, we have to pass by the proposed facility with a privacy wall, locked gate, and outdoor cameras, I don't want to explain to a preschool-age child why there's a building behind a wall and locked gate. I don't want to be forced to introduce subject matter that is not age appropriate for my daughter or for any other young children in our neighborhood before it is suitable. Additionally, we live close enough to the facility that we don't have to be walking by to hear what's going on. Currently, we can hear the assisted living residents on the front porch most summer evenings when we're outside playing. While the wall and gate lock will keep activity concealed, it won't conceal noises from any activity that may occur behind the gates. Like most parents, I want to protect my children as long as possible from the harsh realities of the world, and I would hope that I can continue to do so in the neighborhood I've chosen to raise my family in. In closing, I recognize there is a need and a place for facilities like the one being proposed. However, that place is not and should never be in a residential neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition?
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Jo Marie Lammy, and I live at 1371 Lenox Drive. My husband and I moved to Lanark 30 years ago. Sorry. When we first moved to Danville, Lanark was a dead-end street, and we moved from a subdivision where the houses sat on 1 to 2 acres of land, so our girls, then 7 and 4 years old, were excited to move into a neighborhood close to other children. I am so sorry. The neighborhood kids would ride their bikes and go-karts in the street, play in the creek, build playhouses under the branches of the trees. Aaron was one of them. And build forts on the empty lots. It was ideal. Our house backed up to a farm, which is now known as Millennium Park. We knew things were going to change because future residential plans were in the works, and we knew the roads would open up. We were okay. We were okay with that because we bought into that idea when we bought our house. While we love the park, it was known when we purchased our home that the farm most likely could never be sold. However, due to the need for our community to become more economically desirable and family-focused, it needed the space for this gem of a park that this community now has. So we still love our neighborhood. I have spent 30 years watching a neighborhood of children grow into adults, and now several of those same children, not just Aaron, who are grown and have children of their own, have moved back into the neighborhood. It tells me that they want the same for their children that they had growing up. I now have the opportunity to watch the next generation of kids ride their bikes and walk the neighborhood with their friends, play basketball in their driveways, have lemonade stands, and walk door to door raising funds for their sports teams. I get to meet them all over again and feel the comfort that Lanark Place is a family community. Don't even get me started on Halloween. It's quite the neighborhood affair. It's fun. While traffic has picked up over the years due to the cut-through of cars, it is still okay for the kids to be out and about with minimal worry. It may not be as tranquil as a dead-end street, but the parents are not uneasy about children playing. With all of this said, I am not against detox facilities at all. I am, however, against changing the scope of the traffic and safety of our children, comfort of the parents, and comfort of the elderly. Lanark and Argyle Woods are busy streets with street parking. The increased traffic from the additional staff proposed by URP, the type of business that will necessitate vendors in and out, the turnover of patient population, 40 in and 40 out every 21 to 28 days, will change the nature of this neighborhood drastically and will not complement what we bought into. I have always believed that zoning laws were to help ensure that a community is laid out in the most efficient manner and that areas reserved for related and complementary uses are close in proximity. A detox center is not related, nor is it a complementary use to this neighborhood, the park, nor the schools located close to it. Therefore, I ask that you please not allow this amendment to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition? State your name and address.
Dennis Cox, I live in Boyle County. I am the past developer of Lanark. So I wanted to throw a few things out to you all. I still own the RM2 property. Somebody had it up there, but that's not what I'm here to say, but just to let you know who I am in some past. So what you should be aware of is Argyle subdivision has a neighborhood association, and let's back up a little bit. Bill McCanley owned Lanark, Argyle Woods. Then the Cox family bought from Bill McCanley. Then we developed your all's neighborhood. So we abided by an agreement. Merle Clark represented Argyle subdivision, and it's filed in the courthouse. And it defined Unit 1 being Argyle, Unit 2 being Lanark. I think 3 Argyle Woods, and 4 would be along the bypass. So obviously, I'm opposed to this, but the intent was, well, first of all, Unit 1, Unit 2 was R1 back in the day. And then my section over there by the bypass, whatever, 127, was R2 multifamily. And then R3, back in the day, is what R3 was, as what we're talking about today. And so we strictly went by this, and it was the developer's intent to follow that. But I just want them to know, as you all to know also, is that, again, please remember the intent. R3 back in that day defined multifamily, but we've clearly left that. So I'm not going to speak to that, but I just want to go on the record saying that there is a lawsuit. Argyle, I think it's Argyle plus Homeowner Association. So it's standing. And so it does specifically define the uses. So for what it's worth, it's out there. So, but, I just want to go on record stating that, as well as, please don't ruin the neighborhood. Don't ruin my neighborhood. It began with me. So it's a great place, and I drive through there. There's great neighbors. It's just a great place, and we need more of Lenox and Danville.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring something to your attention here. This is an email we've received 10 minutes ago from the Chief Executive Officer of URP, the applicant, announcing that we withdraw our application. There's apologies in here as well. Excuse me, if I could, thank you. Our zoning ordinance says that any application may be withdrawn prior to final action. We've not taken final action yet. I would suggest to you that they are permitted to have withdrawn. I'm very regretful about the links that this has gone to, the fact that the public has shown up today. All this has taken place, but I would suggest to you that they're permitted to withdraw their application and appear to have done so.
Yes.
Chairman, I make a motion that the applicant be allowed to withdraw their application.
All right, there's a motion on the table,
Second.
and it has been seconded. All in favor of the motion? All right, the motion passes. So, come forward.
Yeah, no, Chris Clendenin, representing the, is it Lannoc or Lannoc? Lannoc, I got to keep wrong, Argyle and Argyle Woods. As to the motion that's pending and that you all voted, I need to make my objection and against allowing them to withdraw their application at this time. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you, sir. Okay, so with that, this hearing is over. New business, advisory committee report.
Yeah, there's a couple new business items. It's gonna be hard to hear. Curry.
Pardon me?
Oh, you want to speak? Oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry. The bad reading. You never know where I'll show up. I'm doing good.
Still got business to take care of. Thank you. Can we get to the advisory committee report, please?
There's no committee reports. They're just on the agenda as a courtesy, advisory, personnel, and budget. No committee reports. Only new business is under 4. Bluegrass Ad contract, but that did not show up again. That's 2 months in a row. We did not get the FY22 contract for our GIS mapping, and so no item there. And then officers are an issue. Our bylaws lay out a scenario that since our prior chairman is no longer on the board and we have a vacancy, by default, our vice chair becomes the chair, is what our bylaws say. But there's probably a need to re-elect officers because then we no longer have a vice chair. And it's important because if the chairman's absent, you either all would have to elect a temporary chair at every meeting, but we need a vice chair then would chair in the absence of the chairman. Additionally, we need to have the chairman and vice chairman on the bank card so they can sign checks. And at this point, we only have one officer that can sign checks. So it would be kind of our hope that maybe you guys would consider re-electing officers, reestablishing officers for the remainder of this term, which is through March of next year, chairman, vice chairman, and whoever potentially becomes the chair and vice chair, if it's, we take them down to the bank and get them on the bank card so they can sign checks and execute documents.
Can I make a nomination? And obviously, this is if they would accept, but I would nominate Jeffrey Bard to be our chairperson and Jim Boyd to be our vice chairperson. Do they agree?
Yes. Thank you. I
Are you willing
appreciate
to?
it.
Jim?
I wasn't sure this morning when I woke up if I would have agreed, but
Well, then,
Did wonderful.
thank you.
Yes.
Need a vote. I got a second. First, did y'all vote?
I have a second.
Okay.
Need a vote.
you vote?
All in favor?
All
All
in
in
favor?
favor?
All right, last new business item at your seat and in your packet was a training that's going to happen in Harrodsburg, Kentucky by our neighboring county in Mercer County. Sean Moore, the planning director, is putting on a training to try to get his board members the continuing education hours because they're low and it's easier to put an in-house training, and he invited us to attend as a courtesy. I sent it out in your packet. Almost every Board of Adjustments member signed up. And what we're doing, if you guys are interested in going to the training in Harrodsburg, I just need a confirmation yes, and we're going to put one list together of all our planning commission staff and BOA that are attending, and we'll get one check cut and mail it. And Mercer County said don't even worry about the payment at this point in time. It's $25 a person. It includes a lunch and an all-day training. David Pike's coming in for the morning session, so, you know, this is the real deal. And then Sean's doing the afternoon session. Again, you guys could go up for half the day, all the day portion. It's really your decision, but it's a cool opportunity. We can get some training hours right up the road in Harrodsburg. Pretty good topics. And again, P&Z's got money in the budget for training for you guys. So just need a, yes, I'm interested, and then we'll send that off to Mercer County and say, hey, these are the X number of folks going, and we'll get a check cut from the accountant and mail that off for payment.
I will commit to the morning session. I won't commit to the afternoon session.
But I just need to know who wants to go so we can get you all signed up. So it's everybody?
It's Tuesday.
Okay,
It's coming up quick.
okay, that's all I needed to know, and
Yeah.
I appreciate that, because we'll
We don't
get
need to
that.
fill this out.
No, we're going to do one for the whole agency and just give them a second page of everybody. It's on August 3rd, which I believe is a Tuesday, 9 to 5.
But I can rearrange it.
That's next Tuesday, yeah. So they're letting us sign up as late signups, and again, it's going to have a lunch, and we carpool, whatever. Lisa and I are going to go too. We can all catch our training hours for 2 years in one day, right there.
I'll
So
get half.
you already have some, that's right. So all you guys are a yes at this point? Okay. Okay. So it's everyone. And I think Steve I'll call Steve.
I thought Steve said yes,
That's all I have. I appreciate that, and it's a long meeting with a,
Are you finished?
I'm
sorry, I
finished.
didn't mean to interrupt you.
nope, I'm done, thank you.
All right, I want to say something. I want to thank Steve and Lisa. They have worked extremely hard for, as Steve mentioned, this was an extremely long meeting. He's spent a lot of time with the applicant that just withdrew and took a lot of our time today, but I want to thank both of them for the job they've done in representing us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you all.
Yeah.
And we need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make it.
All right, we got a motion to adjourn
I second it.
and second it. Thank you so much.